Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's solve some puzzles. We're going to pick up where we left off quite directly from the end of the previous stream, where we began a 6-part puzzle world called the Coin Stash by Marco Polo. And if we just dip into his profile here, we'll find that we finished parts 1 through 4. This is a connected series of concepts that you'll see once again in just a moment, where you create a trail using the P-Balloon to sweep coins, usually a P-Balloon, and then you hit a P-switch, and then you use the coin path that you have left behind with your trace in order to traverse through each succeeding room. There are 6 parts. We took one initial look at number 5 before deciding to hold it off for a separate day, and we'll just finish 5 and 6 today. And then we'll see if we have time for more puzzles from that point on. So, let's get right back into the super world and see how we do. Okay, World 2 in the castle. And we did get past the initial room in this to the checkpoint hub, but we'll be starting over from the beginning, and hopefully we'll remember what we're doing. So here we are going to be taking the cape, and we're going to float over to grab the spring, float back to the left, and then... where are we? Yes, because once you hit a P-switch, then what happens is that the coin trail is going to be created, and then you need to use the coin trail to then sustain the P-switch a little bit longer, eventually make it over to the POW, and the POW is going to clear the muncher. And in this room, the on-off is going to be manually activated when we come back to this corner. In some other rooms, it's activated by a bomb upon a P-switch activation. Not here, though. So, I think for this one, clearly we go down diagonal, we grab the spring, we go back to the P, we make a path at that point. Having made that path, we escort the spring back up here and try to go through the P-switch to the left in time. The P blocks, rather. And I'm just going to totally miss. Not a great start in terms of execution traps. Nope. And then we don't want to bump into too many things along the way. And then, having come here, we are then able to go up to hit the other P-switch. Now, once we do hit the other P-switch, we want to make sure that we don't blow up too many blocks when we inevitably do a spin jump with Mario to cut our way down to the POW. And then we should have enough blocks remaining to just jump up without any further intervention, I think. So, let's go up here. Then sneak up here, and we're through. And then we get to the checkpoint hub. Each part of the Coin Stash super world that we've been looking at is structured exactly the same way. You have the introductory room followed by a hub of 8 additional puzzles, and then the safety coin after that. This one is all about the spin jump and spinning over the spinies rather on the way back, and making sure we leave enough of a trail to spin our way down to the pipe once we have opened it with the P's. So let's make sure we do that. There is also a mushroom check at the end of each part. So let's leave ourselves just a little bit of headroom here for landing. In fact, we would need some room for landing. We should leave ourselves a bit more room beyond that, because we're bouncing off of this part and actually towards the pipe, so we should leave ourselves a little bit more room to fall in, I think. Hopefully this will be sufficient. And then we need to execute cleanly past that point as well. Now, did I want to leave one layer or two here? I think one layer will suffice. We just need to make sure that we can actually land there coming out of the spinies. So now we need to create a bit of a staircase formation that will allow us to actually jump up after having hit the P switch. So we open up this path like this. Give ourselves a little bit of ceiling protection. And let's just jump up here this way. And if we execute this properly, we'll be able to spin jump down to the P switch. And there we go. And then we'll go back to room 1 and continue from there. Okay, this is taking us into uncharted territory now. It looks like the spike top here is pointing to the key. Now, what do we do about it? It looks like a P switch activates the trampoline coming down towards the shell. I see, and then the shell needs to coast its way all over to the POW. So we need to create a trail that goes from the shell to the POW when we hit the P. The other thing that is going to happen here is that we need something to stand on in order to get into the key door. And currently we don't have a block there that will do the job. Now that's sort of interesting because it implies to me that we actually need to move the POW into that location and stand on it, but then if we stand on it, then we basically need the POW to hit at the very last moment. And hopefully when the key activates, so see, the shell would go down, the shell would enter the twister zone, the twisters carry it up. After it's picked up though, would it deflect? It would have to, because then it would have to deflect it down to the POW. The POW is going to be in a location that's under the door. We pretty much hold up the whole point, and at the moment that the POW hits, if I'm correct, then it should give us the key, but it should also still be active as a platform for us to stand on for the door entry. So let's create the path first, and then we'll see what happens. But then the implication here is that after obtaining the P, we actually do need to scramble down and grab the POW manually, while still having the path available all the way across here for grabbing the POW. So let's see how this is going to work. Definitely, I would say that we don't want to grab anything up here yet. We want to open things up from this side. We want enough room for the shell to fall without hitting anything. Now this we'll have to be fairly careful about over here. And given its trajectory, I think it's going to get across just fine. If we're wrong, then we're wrong and we just try it again. Now, here we create a passageway for the P. Coming out of the P, we need to fall out of that gracefully. So let's just create some space over here. And then past that point, we need to create a way for the shell to come down and hit the POW down below. So let's... First of all, we still need something to stand on here. Well, once we get the P, we can just drop down directly and grab the POW. But then once we grab the POW, we need a way to come back up. So we need to create something here that will give us the staircase to do so. That's going to be unaffected by the spike top, I think. But we still need to wait for the spike top to fall safely, so we might have prematurely taken out too big a chunk here, actually, because we do need a little bit more room to move in order to go up. So, for example, if we do this, we might not have enough space for the POW to come down. Now, what if we take this out like this? We might not be able to do this quickly enough. Let's get over here. In 45 seconds, I don't know if we'll actually be able to finish the setup on time to show what we're on about. But the idea is that we want a shell to kind of come down this way. We have 20 seconds to show this off. Just take away a bit more of a diagonal here. Step on the P, go for the POW, bring the POW over. Oh, actually, no. That's not going to work. Relative to the shell, we actually need to give the shell a bit more room to go back and forth, actually. We actually want to hit more blocks, so it is delayed on our way over to the POW. I really didn't think about how much the shell would outpace us by. But maybe we were under a little bit of time pressure to sort that one out. So, yeah, we actually want to give the shell a little bit of room to bounce back and forth before it falls. And so let's think mostly about the path that we are going to take first. So we have a direct line down to the POW. So let's say the shell is going to kind of take its time. Not too long, because the P-switch still needs to be active. We just need enough time to get to the POW before the shell does. And so we should create a staircase over here, perhaps. And drop it like this. And then hopefully it will actually hit coming out of this row here. I'm entirely sure that it will. But we'll find out. Because we actually need to be fairly exact in terms of timing when it comes to how quickly we can get that POW and then come back. So let's create a passage that will allow the shell on the left to drop. I think if it's going to hit 5 times, we have enough time to come back out. The problem is we can't let it hit this part here, because it's going to run into some trouble with the over in that side. We actually want it to come down 1 layer, I think. Like this. Because then it hits these 5 across. Hopefully 5 across gives us enough time. Because it may very well not. But we wanted to overshoot us above on this row of coins here. So we can duck under with the POW, perhaps, and then send the POW up here, and then stand on it. Stand on it before it hits. So let's try it again. So, is it going to go fast enough? It is not going to go fast enough. Took a little too long for that one. But I didn't think about the deflection going backwards after its last hit. So it's going to be something kind of like that, but we will need to have a little bit more finesse with that is being set up. To a certain extent, it may even make more sense to leave a left side wall of some sort. Like we take some of this out. No, because we still need to come across No, that should still be okay. Maybe. That's not going to work. Previously, our idea was that we would be able to grab the POW and sneak under where the shell is. We were just off by that one side deflection. I don't know if we can salvage this particular arrangement here, because I don't think that's going to work anymore. Let's see. What can happen is we can jump up here with the POW, obtaining it. And then run across. Now this over here, all of this will need to go. The idea is that the shell is going to coast down towards the POW directly. So we drop down with the POW right away. I think in terms of the shell on the left side, that 5 hits was probably sufficient. That might even have been a little too much. We just need enough room for it to beat the POW to the other side. So it's going to do the bounces over here. Where it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's always going to bounce back. That's the thing. So how do we buy enough time without buying that much time? We actually needed all of the bounces to be close to the left side wall, so we kind of had a bit of the wrong idea here. I think it's still going to be far too long a bounce, unless we give it maybe 3 bounces. And just open things up a little bit, like that. Maybe with 3 bounces it'll get us over in time. It's a little too far. We needed all the bounces to be taking place on the left side. Here we go. That's correct. And with about a second or so to spare. Okay. Surprisingly accurate. With just a little bit of adjustment. Okay, these are getting a little bit more elaborate. It looks like the bomb is on top of a coin, so the P-switch activation is going to blow up the bomb that opens up the left side. And the object of this one here is that we want to end up in the on state of the muncher gun. There isn't a second P-switch to sustain the timer though, so I think what has to happen is that we actually need a coin passage that will allow us to run with the spiny hat, slide to the left. No, it won't be a slide because the on-off switch will have changed at that point. No, it won't. The on-off state starts in the state here. So when do we do the first toggle? That's the thing. We need to do the first toggle in order to get the spiny hat in the first place. So after we hit the P-switch, we need to hit on-off to turn it to off. Then we go down to get the spiny hat. The problem with getting the spiny hat is that if you are still on the off state, then we don't have a way to sneak into the bottom middle passage, and the idea is that we have to get through there quickly in order to hit the POW. After hitting the POW, then we're able to get over to the muncher on the right side. Now, if we create a passage going up this way, then basically after the second activation, how is that going to work? How do we get the on-off state back to off? That's the thing that's kind of curious here. So we know we can fly up to the ceiling and avoid the blade for the time being, so let's just do that. I think the hitbox should be fine. So we know that we can hit the P and then just kind of dash across. So let's just take out one column here to create ourselves the passage coming down here. So after hitting the on-off switch one time, we are able to fall down a diagonal that is going to get us directly over to the spiny hat. After getting the spiny hat, we go to the left, we hit the POW. Having the spiny hat actually allows us to so we need to hold the spiny hat. We don't want to wear it yet. We hold it while we're big, while crossing the P-switch area a second time. Then we take a point of damage. Then we put on the hat. That's how it's going to work, because then instead of a mushroom check, it's going to be a shell check once we emerge from the other side. So we might not even do it with the 100 seconds in this attempt, but so we hit the P-switch, we go to the left, we hit the on-off switch, we drop to the right. After dropping to the right, then let's do this. We run across, we grab the spiny shell. After grabbing the spiny shell, we have to run our way up this way. Then we cross. Then we drop down immediately towards the POW. Now, the way we'll do it is we'll just create a passage here on the left. We'll open this passage here because we're going to sneak across. Oh, the only thing is that after the POW, we need to get up again quickly. And it's not great. How about like this? 30 seconds, can we do it? It's going to be a bit more jumping than I foresaw here. This is going to be a little bit off. Oh, there's another P-switch that happens. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Because of the blaster. Oh, I forgot one thing. Yeah, I forgot to go back to the on-off switch with that pattern, so now we lost it. But yeah, the thing we need to think about is that the blasters actually do produce more Ps. We saw that at the very beginning. I just didn't figure it out into the calculation. So that's why the path works. We just forgot to go back to the top left while mapping that out. But we actually created the correct setup. And had a setup that works in terms of timing. Because we just need 10 seconds to wrap back to the first P. So again, we need a passage that will take us back down. It's a little bit awkward the way we set up the bomb on the left side, but that's because of some of the staircases we created. Let's just hug the side here very closely. And just create a little bit more room for drops. So once we grab the spiny hat, we come out this way. Could be a little bit awkward. And we have to go back up. Okay. Now let's go over to the left side and carve this out. So we'll definitely need a drop down here. Right over here. And we'll definitely need a way back up to the POW afterwards. In fact, the slightly more sensible way of doing it is to create the column over here so we can just run across safely. Okay. And then now what we need to do is create a kind of zigzag passage to get back up with the POW. Oh, that's going to be a little awkward again. Unless we're very, very exact. Coin hitboxes here. Yeah, that's not great. That's okay. You know what? We'll just eliminate this. Eliminate this for good measure. Okay, so once again, you hit the P, you go left. It's going to be a little bit awkward getting to the bomb, actually. But once we get there to the on-off... In fact, let's just make a little more room. Once we get there, we hit the on-off switch, we drop back to the right, we grab the spiny shell, we go to the left, we hit the POW, and then we remember to go back up to the top left. Yeah, with the spiny shell, we have to go up top. We have to go over the P to the left, then we drop down to the POW, then we go to the top left. Okay. Hold. Okay. Nope. We needed to drop back down and climb up to the right, and we needed to do it quickly. Didn't seem like I bought myself enough time on a P that time. We need a bit more of a direct passage. So we need to optimize the route a little bit. And just create something a bit cleaner. Let's not eliminate too many coins. We want to create good, convenient platforms for quick jumping. The way we should think about it is actually by creating this side first, perhaps. Again, once you have the second on-off activation, we come back in through this side here. Which actually means we need a bit more of a convenient passage going up this way, so... something like this. The 4 in the middle. And... yeah, maybe... the one here on either side. Okay, so now we have a bit more open space to work with, so we don't bump into quite so many things. Once again, we hit P on this side. We want a pretty direct passage up through the middle. It might actually make more sense to kind of take a middle passage out and create a tidier corridor. That's a little bit more central here. The idea behind that is that, well, we want to be able to have a pretty quick drop down once we're small. We also want to have a good dash across when we're big. It might actually make sense to do this and crouch jump up here initially because that timing is a bit more relaxed, but we definitely need a bit more room to drop down here or the way back up. It should work a little bit better. Okay. We do a time on this bit here. Hit. There we go. Just in time. Okay, back to the first hub. And let's see this part. Okay, for this one, we have a note block that looks like it's going to probably be a Muncher Dunk, I would think, on top of the bomb. This looks like the kind of thing where you actually want Yoshi to take damage and Yoshi to run over there, except in order to do that, that would be affected by whether the red blocks are available. Well, once the red blocks turn off, that's when you're actually able to obtain the key. I'm just kind of wondering if the ceiling is going to matter when it comes to Yoshi running back and forth over 2 tiles, but Anyway, you're going to have the bomb in the top left that you can barely see it, but it is overlaid with a coin. So with the P-switch activation, the bomb is going to be taken out. That gives you a chance to land on top of Yoshi, which is, I believe, also going to activate the second P. So you activate the first P on the bottom right. Then you need plenty of time on this one, basically. It's about a 30-second passage, perhaps, if you're activating 3 Ps. You have to... So the thing I'm looking at with the note blocks is that strongly implies to me that you actually need Yoshi to run, for example, if you run into the icicle. So if you run towards the icicle, then you send Yoshi across. And when Yoshi is jumping on top of note blocks, then you're able to create a passage that allows him to go up to the top note block. Top note block is going to activate the on-off switch. You need to spring Yoshi up, essentially. And I don't have a good intuitive sense of how many tiles up he's going to go by himself. I have to kind of count that, because I don't know it off the top of my head, despite all the puzzles we've done. But Yoshi is going to run in a diagonal from the bottom left to the top right. He's going to activate the bomb. The bomb is going to extend the timer for us and also give us the key. And then we need a coin to be available under the door, so we have a block that we can stand on. So let's do some of this first. I don't know about this note block here, actually, what this one is giving me. I think possibly it's just making sure that if Yoshi gets a bounce to the left, then we have a bit of a fallback where he's able to bounce up to the top layer. In fact, I think he has to do that. If he's bouncing on top, what I'm seeing from the note blocks there is that he's going to do one... well, he's going to go up 3 rows at a time. When he's going up 3 rows at a time, we need to make sure that he's actually able to run across this passage. Which means 1 tile gaps only, which means we have to hug the wall. We have to be very exact. Oh, I messed this up already, I think. It's okay. We open up this passage here. And here's the problem, is that I need to play this like precision a little bit. Okay, there we go. And that is equally true of everything down here, that we need enough of a passage that Yoshi's able to bounce up without running into trouble here, because if he's bouncing up this way... Well, let's see. Yeah, because I'm just trying to do this with a bit of exactitude, so we'll make sure he actually gets where we need him to go. So, for example, we come down here. We won't really have time to set this up, I think. Oh, especially if I bounce myself down and off camera. I'm just trying to make sure that we eliminate 1 tile at a time like that. We create this passage. Yoshi's going to go up. But I need to make sure that it goes up like this. And deflects back. Now, if it deflects back, then maybe having 2 coins eliminated here isn't the worst thing in the world. But he definitely needs to bounce up and cross. Also, I haven't accounted for the fact that I need a passage out of... Oh, whoops. Okay, now we messed this up. Because now he doesn't have anything to bounce across. Yeah, no, I didn't account for the fact that we need to get out of here, too, with the P. That I don't have a good way to do it. But well, this is not going to work, but we will try it. Oh, actually... Oh, no, except he ran back that way. Yeah, that's the thing, is that we needed Yoshi to continue to run to the left, and then get over to the other note block and then spring upwards. I cleared a few too many coins there, so that's why it didn't work. I also shouldn't have eliminated the bit of the floor down below, because I forgot that we need the floor in order to get out of there once we do get the P-switch as Mario. So just a couple of small adjustments here to make that happen. Okay, so once again, we want Yoshi to complete the run over on this side. Once again, it's okay if he kind of bounces against the wall and bounces back. So you can sort of create a 3x3 pit, and I think that might actually still work. I'm not sure if it will, but if it does, it does. So, yeah, we just need to figure out what kind of spacing we need in order for the interaction to actually function. So, for example, if I bounce this way, we create a passage to get out with the P. We need a wall here. Yeah, once again, the problem that we're going to run into very quickly is that we need to do a bit of precision, essentially, to make sure we eliminate one coin at a time instead of several. That's very tricky. Didn't expect the precision requirement here. So, yeah, because now we have too much of a floor, and then Yoshi's not going to be able to get over. Yeah, he can't run over the 2-tile gap like that. It's not going to work. So this is going to be a bit of a bust, but I'm going to then use this attempt to do a little bit of testing for Yoshi's movement, because this one will not work. Again, it's because if we can find a way that doesn't require me to do like sort of single coin, single column precision, then we'd obviously like to avoid that. And again, after hitting the P-switch, we do need a passage up and across. Then we drop down, we send Yoshi across. Yoshi is going to have trouble with this 2-tile gap, which really should have been a 1-tile gap. Actually, maybe if we created some more room for him to get across, like, let's just watch his trajectory here, and let's see where he lands and how far off he is. So this is a bit of a test run, this one. Oh. Okay, as long as we get here to sustain a P-switch. So yeah, we're off by about 2 coins here. But we can create a little bit of open space. Like, I think the idea of a 3x3 pit over a single note block is going to work. But we need to actually do that accurately, so... if we're able to do this in a way that doesn't have a very stringent precision requirement, then that's how we'll do it. So, for example, you have the 3x3 pit here. Do a 3x3 pit over here. So we'll create Yoshi's path first, using this fat P-balloon hitbox. And we'll create the passage over to the P-switch, which I think we could actually eliminate some of these coins to create a quick passage up, but the P-switch timing is not that much of an issue, because we can drop into Yoshi and continue to P-switch whenever. You know, if we accidentally roll some turn blocks, then we can fix that. We do need a passage down after we grab the key. That's one very important nuance here. Like, even if it's a single coin passage or something, we need a quick way down. Actually, no, we don't. It doesn't need to be that quick, because once Yoshi... well, once Yoshi activates the on-off switch, that's when our 10-second timer starts to get a key and then come back. Which means we should actually take out a little bit of this column here. But we need to leave a little bit in place for Yoshi to bounce back. So, I think this kind of passage might work. We'll see if the bounce pattern for Yoshi works, because there was a little bit of back and forth from him that I was not expecting. Might just be a night theme thing, to be honest. Actually, I'm not even sure. Even after playing this game as much as we have. Okay, so we hit the P-switch. We go to the top left where the bomb has opened up that passage. We drop on top of Yoshi. He activates the second P. We take damage with Yoshi. Yoshi should ideally go back and forth over to the on-off switch. He dunks the on-off switch. Then after that, we run for the key and run back to the door. Okay. Let's just wait for the turn blocks. And then we wait here. No, miss. So he goes up. He's falling back down too soon. We actually need to make a wider passage there for him to bounce off the wall and bounce back. So we should have eliminated the coin column on the right side so he hits the wall. That goes for the left side as well. We need to open up that wall and give him 2 full blocks to bounce back. So that's the adjustment. This is, I think, the only way to take a death here. Once we're inside that stage. So yeah, we just need to have a bit more finesse with running Yoshi over. It's just minute adjustments everywhere. So we eliminate 2 columns like this. And then have him bounce over top. For the rest, I think that should work. Maybe even just... Well, we'll see. Let's see how he runs. See how he runs. Yeah, so we want to eliminate the right side here. And then let's just create the passage going this way. Again, no real disadvantage, I think, to just popping all this out. Nor is there too much of a disadvantage. Oh, no, I eliminated too many. No, I needed him to bounce over on top of this. Let's just take the death. Let's do this again. Miscounted that one. Let's try it again. Okay. For some reason, this reminds me of the match-to-shape construction stages in Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion, where you just have this pile of blocks and you have to pick away at them very precisely to build your intended target. But yeah, very freeform kind of construction puzzle. Yeah, so we eliminate that side. I think single column here will do it. We need to make sure that we have a passage. Passage here. Single column here. And I think he's going to hit the wall, so it's okay if we open that gap for ourselves for later. Likewise, I think it's okay if we come down here and open this passage after we get the P-switch. So again, let's be exact, it's going to be like that. And I think Yoshi should be able to get up there directly, so this should work. Unless I've forgotten something. We hit the P, we go up to the top left for the bomb right away, we drop back down, send Yoshi over. I think this should be the right shape to get him to bounce properly. And we'll have a pretty clear passage to get up to the key and back. Nope. You see, Yoshi doing that little run back to the other side. That's a night theme thing, I think, that I just haven't accounted for, that he would do that. Because normally you wouldn't see that kind of repulsion, right? Like, normally Yoshi would walk towards us. Maybe the... I don't remember with the night theme, maybe the facing direction matters. We need to redo this, we need to test this out, because I actually don't remember what the night theme behavior is doing in terms of what the condition is for Yoshi running away. But he's definitely getting kind of pushed away from Mario, which tells me that we should actually change the facing direction. I need to test this out a little bit, actually. The only way to test this out is to get as far as getting to Yoshi in the first place. Yeah, because we're failing to account for that. That's been getting us every time. So I'm going to try to change Mario's facing direction this time and see that if we're faced away, if Yoshi will freely run towards us without being pushed. Because I think that might just be a Night Theme quirk that we just totally forgot about. But in terms of his ability to actually make it on top of the relevant platforms, it's correct. It's just that the repulsion is catching me off guard. Okay. Create this little passage here. Whoop. And here. We'll go up and create the passage over to the door. Yeah, so basically after Yoshi gets to jump on top of the spring, we make sure we face away. In fact, even once Yoshi passes our point, we should face away unless there's at any point a reason to face him back. So we'll try doing face left this time and see if that adjustment does anything for us. Okay, same idea. I think we created what we want. Oh, there we go. That's fine. The P-switch timing doesn't matter too much here. Okay, face away. No, and the bounce was not even correct that time. Oh, and he does do the run back still. So, yeah, there's something going on here with Yoshi bouncing up to the top right corner there, but then he's immediately going backwards. And that's something that we've failed to account for. There's some thing with his trajectory there that's not working. Maybe it's because of the way that he's hitting the corner there. I'm not exactly sure, but we need to fix it. Possibly I'm opening up a little too much space for Yoshi, actually. That we need him to get up one column and just... Once he gets upstairs, then... Yeah, we might actually have to do narrow columns again and do it precisely. Because we need to get him up to the top level so he can run back and forth and not drop back down. So I think single columns might have to be the answer. Which is tricky because we don't do precision around here. Like if you... Oh, you see? It's already messed up. I mean, it's not going to stop him from falling back down. That's the issue. If we can't do a really clean single column, I don't know if we can make it work. No, you see, the hitbox is just much too wide. I can't do it. And we're just kind of back in the same state we were before. However, if I maybe take one little lip off here, that's still going to have the same issue where he tries to bounce up, hits the corner, and then comes back down. I don't think that's going to work. It can't be a precision solution, or at least I don't think it is. I mean, it's hard to tell because very few people have cleared this level. And again, we might have the same issue here. We can't get him to stay on the second row right now, that's the issue. And until we can, we're going to have problems. Because let's say we do kind of a 2-column wide like this. And then see if that affects the deflection somehow. I think we still have to go 1 column wide in some way, because otherwise this just won't really work the way we want. We'll just find a way to move Yoshi the way we want him to move, so he's going to go up, up, No, he's getting caught there. So I think when he falls off like that, we just create one additional column on the left. And he should be able to bounce on top. So we have 1 coin too many there. But that kind of step might actually work. So you have 2 steps, 2 coins eliminated for him to step on. It didn't seem previously like that would work, though. But if he's kind of falling down on a note block on the tip of it, then it does. If he falls towards the tip. So maybe that's the adjustment that we need to make on the second row. We need to basically adjust every row until we get the passage. Yeah, and this has required a lot more finesse than any room that we've seen in the puzzle series so far, and that makes me think that maybe we're doing something quite wrong. But again, if you create a kind of step like this, then he lands on the edge of the note block on the bounce back. If he lands on the edge of the note block on the bounce back, then he's able to get over 2 rows like that. So that's the idea that we'll go for this time. Is that we lower that slightly, and he catches the edge, and then we give ourselves room to go up like that. We know he's able to get up here, albeit with a little bit of extra bouncing that maybe we can't afford when it comes to P-switch timing, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. As long as he doesn't do the run back, which might have just been a function of Yoshi kind of hitting the corner in such a way that it counted as a bounce back, even though he did, in fact, get up to where he needed to be vertically. And then, yeah, we want to keep that passage, so we'll just do the back and forth with P, and it'll be fine. Let's try this passage. Only thing is that we still need the quick way up to the key. That's fine, because we can always just hit one of the turn blocks, I think. Or, rather, we should eliminate this one here. Oh, no, oh, okay, that was a mess. That's okay, well, that's a mess. Let's eliminate this one, okay. And then that way we can go back up and back down cleanly. Have to watch those deflections sometimes. Okay, let's do it. And we've got lots of time for this first one here. Take damage Yoshi. Let's see if he goes across. Down. Good. Good. Except, you see he got the corner. And then now we have trouble. So... okay, well, we'll fix this one at a time. We know that getting up to the second row works. It looks very clear to me that the bounce back is happening because he's actually getting on the corner. So when Yoshi kind of clips the corner like that, it is high enough that he's allowed to go up to that upper level, but it's low enough that it detects it as a wall collision and it sends it backwards, which is why he actually goes over the lip a little bit and then walks back. Which is not an interaction that I really remember. It seems like an extreme edge case that might be the solution in some other really esoteric puzzle, but not this one. But we have the first 2 rows set up properly. This one needs a little bit of work because he's hitting the top. And again, just kind of clipping the corner here. And I don't know if Yoshi is able to clear one additional row past that point. If he's coming down off the lip like that. Maybe the way we should do it is to give him the 3 columns there and make this pit like that. Let's create as much of a passage as we can. Again, we have a solution to what this side should look like, which is we do 2 high over there, and then we give him a clear passage over here. And that gives us a clear trajectory. It's not going to be equivalent to the other one because there's just enough of a minute difference over his point of contact with a note block. But this should work up to getting him to layer 3, and then we just have to figure out how to get him on top of the rest of it. Okay. And then let's come up here and create the passage to the door. Yeah, possibly eliminating that 1 coin here actually did make a bit of a difference, but we'll take it out anyway and see how it goes. So if we have something that looks like this, maybe it'll work. Okay. Hit the P-switch. Let's see. Up and up. That's fine. No, he's sent him too high. Yeah. That's why you do need the top corner. Yeah, you can't actually let him go all the way up. But maybe if we eliminate 2 coins. Or even all 3 and then just walk him back. Because if he hits the wall and then walks back... I don't know, we kind of tried that previously. Let's change this up again. Doing the left to right sprint gets him over a single gap just fine, as we can see in the bottom row. So we want something like that, but he's not going to fall down quite that elegantly, I think. So for example, if we do this and open this up all the way, is Yoshi going to have enough room to bounce up, hit the wall, but then come back in such a way that he's going to bounce up over this corner? Because the issue previously was that he wasn't making that. But again, we have this one on this side sorted out at least. This one we have a good answer for. It's a bit finicky. Seems almost too exact, like I'm missing a much cleaner way to do it, but let's go down. And very carefully pick this apart. And then we'll try this, so with the adjustment that we see on the top left corner, so he doesn't get too far up top. Hope I didn't forget anything critical here. No, it's still too high. Yeah, I need him to bump into something on the left side there. I need a top left corner there, I think, to bounce Yoshi back. So he hits the wall. Yeah, I need him to hit the wall. So we still need to fix up the top left. Because he's still clearing that height. So we need him to bump into something here, or that to be interrupted. So I think maybe if we just do this, and does it give him enough room? Well, if we just go back to the classic 3x3 pit, does that work? Because for some reason we had discounted that as a possibility because of the way that he was falling back down previously, but that was in this location. Of course, there's a minute difference in how he's making contact. So we know this works for the second row. We know also that he doesn't really need to hit the wall here. We can make a little bit of space for going up and down. I think so, anyway. Oh, no. That's okay. We don't actually need that bottom passage. We're careful. Yeah, we kind of... No, that's okay. We can just hit blocks on the way up. We just messed that up. But we'll just hit a block on the way up and we'll still make it. Like this. Okay, let's just let him spin for a moment. So let's see if this works. Nope, he's still getting over. Yeah, we can't open up that much space for Yoshi then. We need to block him off with one additional block. But the problem is, if he does that, then is he going to hit no block on the way back down? That's not clear to me that he will. So yeah, the top corner still needs to be dealt with. What if we opened it up like this and created enough space here? Then does he get over that lip or does he fall back down? I guess we'll have to find out by testing. Yeah, again, we seem to have found something very exact for what works on the second row. We just haven't located that yet. Single block difference that will actually make this function properly. I might even need to just make an additional... Well, we can't really block Yoshi with an additional wall here. But we can take this one out here once again. Well, except I don't want him to fall back down. And, well, no, that's okay, because either he hits no block or he doesn't, right? So that's okay if we take that out. Let's be careful here so we don't take out too much floor. Okay, try that. Let's get over here. Okay, send him over. And let's watch top left carefully to see. Oh, now he's just stuck. I actually limited one too many coins there, I think. Because he's falling back down a little too easily. So perhaps if we extend that one coin to the left. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get Yoshi to do a very similar bounce, but we need him to do so in a way that will actually get over the top. So maybe it's just a bit of a one coin adjustment here from what we were doing. Where we eliminated 2x3 above the top left. I'll try to show what that means. So we go here, take this out. Maybe the little positional manipulation we're doing here is having some kind of cascading effect that makes Yoshi fall out of the desired position on the third row, but we'll try to find something that works. Okay. So yeah, there's going to be a little back and forth with Yoshi over here. Also, if we eliminate this one now, we'll have some problems perhaps. Let's think about this. Yeah, because we will still need to get up to the top passage afterwards. That's okay, we'll do it. Okay, let's try that. Let's just let the turn block close up first, just to eliminate any unwanted variables. Okay, now that's correct. Grab the coin, or grab the key rather. And we are out. Yeah, we actually overcomplicated the top left. Partly because we overcomplicated the right side, and that was the way to solving it. But now we are finally in the second half of the level. Yeah, thank you, Netcat, for the partial GG. We've got lots to go in this one here. Now, this is interesting because I don't know if that exit door is actually sitting on top of anything. It might, I don't think it is sitting on top of anything, which means that we actually need to have the POW on top of a column where we wait for the P-switch to expire, and then we're sitting on top of the POW, and the POW drops all the way. That's how it's going to work. Like, basically, we would take the top column here, we would land the POW on top, then we sit on top of it. Let's give ourselves a tiny bit more room. P-switch expires, so we drop down. However, with the P-switch, we still need a way to get across, so we need to make that. So let's make that, and let's give ourselves a bit of headroom so we can actually jump across with decent timing. And then we need a top row that is going to be traversable. And again, we need a little bit more headroom for jumping, I think. Let's do that. Now here's the thing, is we need to be able to grab the POW and fall back down with it. Which means we should give ourselves enough room to jump towards it. It's a little hard to visualize, I think, when... Well, that's okay. That might work. Yeah, so we take the P. We need to find a good timing for our initial entry. We drop the POW here. We drop with the POW. I was afraid of that. We should actually leave one group of blocks above that door, because that was the exact risk that it was starting to visualize when we finished up that passage there. That's okay. Again, we need enough headroom to actually land with a POW and sit on top of it comfortably. So, but then let's give ourselves a bit of room to actually platform like this. I try to leave 2 rows wide for everything that we need to potentially land on, simply because if we accidentally hit a turn block, we don't want that to eliminate platforms that we are using. Again, let's leave just a little bit more room here to try to jump and fall comfortably. Then try to follow this one down a bit to do this. That should hopefully work. Oh, and then I was off the corner there. I was planning to crouch jump there. And yeah, we're juggling so many things at once. Let's actually do the platforming properly. Goodly Sum, welcome. And yes, Natcat, indeed, 5 days remain. That's awfully soon. But yeah, we've been making preparations over here, that's for sure. And okay, let's once again eliminate this bit. And we'll just proceed from here, just to give ourselves maybe an additional 2 blocks of elevation or so every time, maybe 3. 2 would be a little more relaxed. Just give ourselves a tiny bit more headroom. We eliminated a little too much there. That's okay. Yeah, I still need a platform to jump on the other side. And yeah, Goodly Sum, we're doing well. Just doing a continuation of my previous puzzle stream. This is a puzzle that is 5 out of a total of 6 parts that's in a super world. And they're all puzzles that work like this. They have the central mechanic of using the P-balloon to create passages using coins. And you have to create the correct passage to traverse the solution. Natcat, you won't be getting a Switch 2 at launch, but you'll be experiencing it vicariously through mine and a few other people's streams. Yeah, I will probably stream the Welcome Tour, actually. That might be interesting. And is something that we've been seriously looking at. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the way we set up the middle column this time. I feel like we're going to have some trouble getting back there on the way back. Let's... Okay. Oh. Oh, no, missed it. Yeah, you see? This isn't more or less correct. It's just that we need to not take damage because there is the mushroom check on the other side, and we need to not bump into things. So I actually didn't leave myself enough room to get on top of the top middle here. Yeah, it is a cool idea, and the thing is, this idea, you know, is sustained in, what, a total of 9 times 6 puzzle rooms. So the maker managed to get 54 different puzzle rooms out of this concept. And that is pretty impressive. I mean, they're all quite different from each other, too. Yeah, so this is by Marco Polo. We're familiar with him because he was a contributor to 8th Mario Maker Celebration, I think, and so I saw him post this series of puzzles a couple of weeks ago, and I've been meaning to find time for it. Okay, let's leave ourselves just a little more room this time. And again, we have time on the P-switch, but if we are sometimes really trapped by the Podoboos, we might want multiple options for which passageway we're taking. You know, whether we go up or down will depend on what the opening is like at the time. So we should leave ourselves additional openings. We should leave ourselves an additional column here as well, just so we have a bit more space. Or additional row here, rather. Okay. Again, we want to dock the POW. We don't necessarily need to dock the POW on top of the top layer here. The bottom layer here would have done just fine as well. But I want to leave some options open. Then... oh, there we go. Okay. And that's it. Checkpoint, and then let's move on to the next one. Okay, oh, that's a lot of pokies, and they're also going to chase me, which means we don't have time to read this room. That's okay, let's just take a moment to read this room. If we hit the P-switch, that looks like it's going to activate the bomb, because it is stacked on top of a coin. This one is actually just making sure that we create a passage to get out with the P-switch. So we need to not panic too much, we need to just trail the pokies away while creating a passage that will get us through. This is not the way to do it. Because now we can't actually get up to the area over there. Because we might not have enough room to get the up pipe now. Whoop. But we need to create a way to get over to the bomb because we need to activate the on-off switch manually. So I think we should actually go down first, perhaps. Oh, no. Trail this back. Open up. Oh, no, too many. I needed to create a nice, comfortable passage over to the on-off switch so we can hit it and then have a staircase going back up. This is the first room that we've seen in this entire series that has that much time pressure when it comes to actually creating the passage. So we're playing a bit more reactively than usual, which is not a good sign. You see, because disasters happen like that. And then we get trapped in corners. That's okay, actually. We've got that this time. And then we got this. Okay, this is sloppy, but I think it'll work. Lead him down. On-off switch. And we just rush out of here. And, oh, I missed it. Yeah, I should have hit that block first and then tried to go for the up pipe. That was basically right. I don't know if we'll be able to duplicate that in a tidy fashion, because that seemed like it was one of the better case scenarios already when it comes to opening up the central passage. Whoa. See? And nope, we eliminated too much of the floor already. Okay, that's fine. We might still be able to fall towards it if we create a bit more space over here and create like a middle passage. And then create a way to go back up. That might actually work. Had to take advantage of a few invincibility frames there. We're totally trapped here. Nope, and then we'll miss mushroom check. Yeah, again, didn't create enough space. We need to really eliminate the coins around the pipe if we can, because otherwise it will be an obstruction. Okay, so like that. And then get out. Okay, and once we can outpace them, then we just create a passage going up this way. We don't need this. Okay, a little bit of tripping over things, but that essentially worked. And one more room to go in this set. Okay, any unexpected time pressure here? No, but there is going to be the poison mushroom. We need to lead the poison mushroom over to the note block on the left side because it's going to dunk the shell and then activate the on-off switch. That allows me to grab the coin. It does mean that we need to, after hitting the P-switch, walk in such a fashion that will allow the poison mushroom to bounce and fall in such a way that it will eventually reach the desired passage. So first of all, oh no, mistake. That's okay, we'll just bounce back. Of course, we will also need the POW on the top right in order to reach the key door and place something underneath it. Now, here's the thing. About the note block. We need to bounce towards the note block, and that means that we might have actually eliminated a little too much here. Because it has to follow Mario, it has to follow and jump. And it needs to cross that single tile and dunk, like that. This is going to be a little imprecise and probably inaccurate. But the idea will be to lead it over like this. It does mean that we need to give it a little bit of room to fall, I think. Because if it's falling from this row here, we needed to actually make it across. Kind of like this. I don't know if that'll make it. But we'll find out. So what we'll do here is we will create the passage for this to jump up step by step. I think 2 at a time might be okay. In fact, that might not be good enough because now we have this issue to deal with here where it needs to fall. But then if it falls like this, like this, like this, then maybe it'll do the additional hop once it gets to this position. We will see. Either way, though, we do still need a passageway to get over to the key itself, which don't really fancy your chances of falling down there accurately, but once we hit the P-switch, yeah, then again we trail the coin over there, then we need to have a passage that's available on this side to hit the POW and the P, so the question after that is, do we go key first or do we go POW and P first? I think it depends on the timer. Probably P on the right side first. Because then we take 10 seconds to go down to the key and go up to the top. I don't know about that. That seems like the timing is going to be finicky. I feel like we want a faster passage out of the key. But we can get that. Let's try it. Let's just try to get the poison mushroom to do its thing first. No, it failed to make the gap. We need to give it some bigger hops. I think it can make 2 tiles if we give it enough room, but again, we just need to make adjustments. In fact, I should just try a few adjustments on the right side first before we even bother to do the left side. We'll just see how to make the poison mushroom jump. Like if we are able to do something like this, for instance, and then see how many columns we need. If we do something like that. I wonder. I don't know if it can necessarily make 2 columns like that, though. That might be a tall order, but we're going to test. Yeah, good. It does it. Except it's not falling down enough. It needs to fall down a little bit lower. We need to give it 3 blocks of falling room. Possibly 4. But it is going to do the 2 tile hop just fine. And we need to give ourselves a little bit more headroom to traverse our way across. So we can definitely lead it over with ample room. So just leave it a little room like this. A room like this, get it up to top level. Give ourselves some headroom for running. And afterwards as well, because we'll need to take a passage over. We need to make sure that we have a way to get to the key, of course. We need to give it 3 blocks of room going down. Like this. And I think it can just make it over like this. And the question is whether it can go over the block over here. So the thing now is that we need to make sure we have a passageway to actually get to the key. And that might be a little bit tricky. We might have to try to eliminate this wall and just give it 1 tile. Like that. And then create a passage over here where we need to hit some turn blocks on the way up. I don't know if it'll skip the gap and make it over to the note block. I kind of feel like it's not going to jump that gap. And up top here, we can just eliminate as much of this as we can just to give ourselves more room. Okay, let's do it. Nope, it's still not falling accurately. That's a long fall. Actually, no, what we need to do is we need to have it bounce back and forth on the left side. We want it to fall all the way to the bottom row, where we wanted to create a passage anyway, and we want to do a back and forth where we zigzag it up to this spot here. Because that's also how it's going to clear 2 tiles going up to the note block, so... yeah, it needs to fall way down. Okay, once again, the right side is about as correct as it's going to be. So let's create some space. And then, supposing that we create a passage like this, we should let it fall all the way down, but the thing is I also want to make sure I can make it back up on the way over without having too uncomfortable a jump. So hopefully it can fall down accurately this time here. Just adjust 1 tile at a time until we find something comfortable. And then, yeah, we want it to jump over this way. And then we want to make sure that we have a passageway Jump out on the left. Again, just need to make the adjustments until we get something that works. Let's eliminate the top here, actually. We don't need that. No, my original idea was to zigzag it. We're actually going to try it this way first, where we try to get it to drop one additional tile. If it doesn't work, then what we'll do is we'll try to lead it all the way to the left and create a zigzag pattern going up. Because then that also resolves the pattern, the problem rather, of what to do with the key in terms of getting to it and back. Because currently that's a bit of a problem. That we don't have a good passageway there. Yeah, because we would need to essentially eliminate some of this and create something like this, so we have a turn block that we can hit on the way out. I don't know if that'll work. I think it's just going to fall over on the left side, but let's try it. No, it's just going to fall over. We do need to send it all the way down then. So we'll kind of start carving out the passage from the bottom up, just so we know what we're doing, and then we'll do it. We'll give it a back and forth, because that'll also create my passage to get out with the key. So let's do the right side first. Once again, since we know how it's going to go. Also, I messed this up already. That's okay. It's okay. We'll get it to fall all the way up there. All the way over here. And what's going to happen is that we lead it down and bounce it up with a zigzag. Which also means that I need to get up there myself. Whoops. Oh, now that's going to be too low. Didn't mean to take that one away. No, that's going to be too high now. That's not going to work. Let's try this again. Okay. Let's do this bit one more time. Carve this out. Again, we are going to create a passage all the way down here. We'll leave ourselves some headroom for jumping back out later. Actually, if it falls all the way back down to that level, maybe we can still skip it up 2 by 2. Just calculating this. Oh, maybe we can just... Yeah, let's actually just try to the bottom. Well, we don't need the exact idea yet. We need to make sure that it's able to fall into that location to begin with, which might not be the case. Let's give it a tiny bit more headroom here. But of course, it brings back the same problem of how we're going to get out of there. Let's again eliminate some of this. And some of this. And some of this. We still haven't seen it fall onto the left side at all, so there's still a good bit of adjustment that needs to be done. Oh, that's okay, that doesn't matter too much. So yeah, if we're standing on top left, we should go down to the key first and then go up to the top right for the POW, which, given our current setup here, is actually going to be a little tricky. What do we give it just a better falling angle? I don't know if it needs to fall like all the way up to the top like that, but it might need to, so let's create a little bit of a landing zone here just in case. This is going to be a little bit tricky. I think right now we don't have a very clear passage going back to the top right once we grab the key, but we just need to make sure the bounces happen first. Okay. Nope, it's failing to make that jump. So that has to be closed, this one. And if you're standing here, then it should be able to jump towards the note block. So we need to not eliminate this coin here. We need a different way to get out with the key. It's going to require a little bit of finesse. So we know that, as it would have to, it's able to fall down to the lowest row on the left side. And if we're taking out the lowest row, we want a better way to get back up afterwards. So it's going to go down here. And again, we need to think about how I'm going to get in and out with that key. This is going to be a bit risky. What do we take bottom like this? Get all the way to the wall. And then open this up like this. And then we open up a passage going this way. Tricky. Because I would need to stomp some blocks on the way down, I think. Let me just calculate this. It's going to be 2 blocks here, 2 blocks here. Yeah, or you could just trust it to make the 2-tile jump, I guess. But if you do that, you come down here without dying and without eliminating too many coins. Can I see where I am? Kind of. Very minutely. So now we eliminate some space over here to bounce it up. And then I need to create a way to actually go back to the right side. That will not bump into absolutely everything. Because once you grab the key, then I need to basically pop my way through some of these blocks here. And then jump all the way back up to the top corner. Or, of course, do what we were talking about earlier and create a backup passage through here just in case. The backup passage that looks like this. Okay, this is going to be a little bit tricky. Let's leave ourselves some additional room for jumping here too. Although maybe that's too big a jump now. Let's try it. This is going to extend a P-switch. Okay. No, too slow. Too slow, too slow. I need to not hit so many blocks and get up to the top right immediately. But we have the passage to bounce everything up top just fine. I just need a much cleaner way to get there. And there were some possibilities. Because we're spinning down anyway, we actually do break a bit of a passage to go back up with a key. It's just getting on top of the right side here again is a bit of an issue. So what we can do is actually carve out a little bit more space this way. Because then we can get up there a little sooner. By sooner, I mean kind of like this, so we have a bit more room to play with. Okay. This works. All of that works. We can eliminate most of this, I think. Yeah, it's going to be a bit obstructed going up to where we need to go with how we walk left with it. We jump back up. A little too much zigzagging, I think. But this might be the best we can do for now. Let's see if we can create that passage on the left side. Yeah, and we'll have to go off screen a little bit for this. And then tap all the way to the end, wherever that is. And then just create a passage that looks like this. And just make sure that we have a way down. Like that. It looks a little bit better as long as we don't eliminate too much floor here. Bit hard to see where I am. Oh. Okay, there we go. Let's try that. Again, we need a faster passage up to the POW this time. But everything else should work, as is. Okay. Okay. And that's fine, because now we can patiently hit the other P, and then make our way to the key door. Hopefully without too many jumping issues. And that's it, as planned. Alright, let's take the exit, and then let's move on to puzzle number 6. It took a little while, but we got it. And same kind of exit as we've seen throughout, and there's just one more left to go. Yeah, even that 16-minute clear there is looking like it's really pressing it, just in terms of execution. Clear check must have been quite something to put together. I mean, if you're really good at flying to P-Balloon, then yeah, you can do it quite precisely, especially if you know exactly what the intended solution should look like at a very granular level. Anyway, we're going to do this big loop here because it's just for one level. All the way over. This level 6 is World 3 all to itself. Okay, P-switch floats down. That's interesting. I mean, there's no reason to avoid it. So it looks like the object here is to do a spring plus POW stack in the bottom left. Spring plus POW stack is going to give you the POW as the passageway to get out into the pipe. When you hit the P switch, you're able to unlock the way to the on-off switch. The on-off switch then acts as a P switch extender. So we should create as easy as a passage we can first, because basically we need to throw the spring to the left and then probably go back to grab the POW and then take this POW up on the second round. Yeah, we'll give ourselves a bit of a platform coming out of the P-switch. So we actually land on something. We'll create this passage here so we can have a nice solid throw once we do in fact grab this spring. We need to create a good stepwise passage for the POW to be escorted to the top left, which we'll do. we'll take this little gap here so we can go up and grab the spring immediately after hitting the P. We hit the P, we go up, grab the spring, we go down with the spring, and then we throw it to the left. Which means that we need a better passage to drop through, I think. Like if you do this, and then create steps like this, that'll possibly be a lot better. Because once you grab the spring and throw it, I do need a quick way back down. So let's try to create one tile space here. We have 10 seconds to do that, from P to grabbing the spring to throwing it, hopefully accurately, as close to the bumper as we can while holding left. And then over to the on-off switch before the P expires. We extend the P, we go down to get the POW, we escort it up to the top left. I think this is going to be fairly simple. It's the intro room, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. And then we'll just take it and go. And then we'll go to the first room. Okay. As long as we don't have anything really panicky like the Wiggler room in the last one. So the bombs are going to blow up the hard blocks. Why does that matter? Because that also blows up the I actually think that the winged hard blocks are there as a blocking piece in case you're trying to exit back out the pipe, but I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, because once you create the exit, there needs to be a blocking piece just in case there's some kind of pipe re-entry from anybody trying such shenanigans once they leave. The POW needs to be hit in order to get rid of the munchers. We also need to be in the off state at the end. POW activation, in fact, is what is going to drop the muncher on the right on top of a P. Once it drops on top of a P, we need to, using the P balloon, which we will... no, we won't have the P balloon. We actually need to step on this one down low. Okay, then what are we doing here? If we step on a P down low, maybe we need to jump back and forth to get up to the POW. I'm thinking, do I bump the POW with the P balloon? We don't, because we need the P switch to hit the bombs. So that's what the bombs are enforcing, is that we have to step on this P switch first before we hit the POW for the extender. We can't hit the POW in P balloon form because it eliminates the bombs before they have been activated. So let's create a passage going this way first. Let's create something going this way with a bit of landing room. And after creating a bit of landing room, let's make sure that we have a way to get up here. Possibly that's how it's going to work. Hopefully that gives me enough room to work with. We need to, once again, create a little bit of headroom. I wonder about all these coins in the middle. Why would we want them? I don't think we want them. But once we grab the POW, what we actually want to do is up throw the POW towards the on-off switch. We don't have time to jump all the way up here. Well, I mean, whenever you activate the POW, that's going to activate the other P, but then... Anyway, we should eliminate some of this stuff. I'm seriously considering whether we have time to just up throw the POW. Because you hit the P first, then you jump to the left, you jump to the right, you grab the POW, you fall back down, come back down over here. If you up throw the POW, though, we'll need to fall back down somewhat precisely. So instead of doing a zigzag back up, we'll just jump with the POW and then up throw it. Up throw should eliminate all of this stuff. And oh, we need to make sure I have a block to stand on to actually go back up. So let's leave that one there. Otherwise we don't have a block to stand on, and that would be embarrassing. Okay. Let's see if we can do it. We're going to try to jump over to the left side. We'll try to then get over to the right side, grab the POW, go back down with the POW, up throw it, and then continue. Except I need to jump across. I can't just back out of it like that. I need to jump across. That is correct, but we need to take advantage of the block that we left on the left side. We can't just hesitate in the middle. But that is correct. And we do, in fact, have enough headroom to jump over to this side. Eliminate all of this. Nope, that mistake. Flew a little too aggressively there. But we found the solution in terms of the pathfinding that is absolutely going to be correct. To leave enough room here on either side so we can actually fall without too many issues. Why would you... Okay, no, you can't hit the on-off switch in advance because it walls off the P switch. That's how that is checked. Let's leave ourselves as much room as possible on the left side here. And yeah, since we're going back this way, we'll leave this platform here. Going to leave 2 blocks here just in case we bop the bottom one by mistake. Which is absolutely something... actually, you know what? We need more headroom for this jump anyway, so... Never mind what I said. Let's do that instead. Oh. Took off too many now. That's okay. We should still be able to make it, except it's going to be a bit of an uncomfortable drop now, down to that spot. Once we do grab the POW. So I left that coin 1 tile too low. I left this coin 1 tile too low as well. That's okay. Let's just go with it and see what happens. As long as we can reach. Yeah, no, we do need to raise that 1 by 1 tile so we have room to fall. In fact, we don't need to jump up to the left right away. What we can do is... Well, let's make some room. The more room we have to fall back down, the better, essentially. I wonder if we can make this jump here. It could be a little... It's not the most comfortable. And that's okay. Once we get up to the semi-solid platform in the middle, we're no longer under time pressure, so we will be fine. Yeah, the actual coin setup is easy to do here. It's just doing the jumping. Okay, come on, let's do this. We got lots of time to spare. Okay, next room. Star, now that's interesting. I guess we would need to start in order to go to the right side and grab the POW without taking a second point of damage. Then what would the spring be for? Okay, if you hit the first P switch. I don't see what that eliminates. Unless there's something like a coin that's overlaid on one of the munchers, which I currently do not see. We might just have to experiment and try it. because... Well, we actually need to step on the P-switch to see what's going on. I don't see what it activates right now in terms of... It gets eliminated. Nothing. So... Then how do we do anything here? I guess... Oh no, the star is actually to get us through the mushroom check at the end, because we need to... Yeah, we actually do need to take a point of damage while we are big in order to get up to the POW. Then we take the star, and we want the star to be active when we're exiting the room. That's how it's going to go. Yeah, so let's get this passage clear first. We will need to duck under the middle. And then we create some steps. So, once we grab the POW, the POW will need to be activated. The POW will need to be thrown at the munchers on the left side. Then that gives us access to the on switch. Let's eliminate all of this, actually, for reasons that will become evident. What is the spring even used for, then? The spring would be used to... Well, let's see, because the POW has to be expended. It has to be expended against the munchers on the left. I haven't figured out the use of the spring yet. That's the obstacle right now. Well, at some point we need to loop over to the key. The spring will be on the left because it will sit... Well, no, the P on the left is going to be the first thing we touch. But once you get the star, you have to loop down with the... Yeah, once you throw the POW, you have to grab the star immediately. Once you grab the star, at least you run quickly. You run to the right, you grab the spring. You take the spring to the left. Then you use the spring while you're still active with a star to grab the key. Then you jump up to the key door immediately. That's how it's going to work. Okay, let's eliminate a little bit more here. And then we'll take the top passage for the star then. Okay, so we have the mushroom, we slide under. Once we slide under, we go up to the POW. I feel like we should have eliminated just a little bit more space here, in case we overshoot with a slide. Okay. So here's the plan. We hit the P, we go up to the POW, we take the POWs to the left, we hit the munchers, we... yeah, because of the tight stack of munchers, we do need to whack it directly. We grab the star, we hit the on-off switch, we go down to the key. No, we go to the spring, and then we go to the key. Yep, okay. Okay. And of course, because we were listening to star timing, like, oh, the star expired. Okay. So we took too long with the star. Yeah, because the star was still going at the time we were going through the key door, but we were too slow in that passage. The star still has to be active for sure. So, yeah, we need something faster with a star. We did a little bit too much jumping around, I think. Once we picked up the spring, because we dipped down a little too low initially. It's okay. Let's open up some space. Yeah, because we want to go directly to the right side with the star. We went down and back up instead, and so we had a bit of hesitation there when I realized, oh, it has to be spring before key. And that did spoil the attempt a little bit. Let's leave more headroom, as usual. A little bit more horizontal room as well. And then, yeah, this way we can fall down towards the spring immediately. A little bit more headroom here, too. And on the left side, we'll do that in just a moment. Okay, this should work. Okay, POW, and then star, and then spring. So after getting the star, we have to go to the top passage because we do need to go as fast as possible. Okay, actually I flubbed that a little bit, but... Now, then we need to make sure that the star is still active at the time that we pass through this gate here. Good. Okay, next. Then, let's see how this part will go. So, for this one, I'm thinking about what the spike is doing for us there. I don't think at any point it's going to be displaced in such a location that it's going to throw. I think it's there kind of as a blocking piece against the on-off for some reason. Likewise with the one on the left. So you have spikes. Okay, I see. Yeah, the spikes are there to enforce, I think, that you have to hit the spikes with the shell. You can't just fly through them with the P-balloon or something. If that's the case, then we hit the initial P-switch here. That releases this spiny, but the spiny is still just in spiny form, right? It's not walking on the ceiling or anything. However, we're not really sure of its behavior once it's released. If it's just walking, then I think we actually need to bump it from below, like when it's walking. And then we have to chuck it at some point. Notice that the P-switch is also going to eliminate the bomb that is in the top right, which gives us access to a P-switch extender. And the object here is to hit both POWs. So once the first on-off switch has been eliminated, then in the bottom right corner we're able to smack that POW. But it looks like the on-off has to be hit multiple times for the other POW to drop and for the spiny shell to hit it. That side, it has to be hit 3 times and exactly 3 times. So we need to make sure we need to leave enough room for the spiny shell to hit the on-off switch and bounce back only 3 times. So that means it needs 2 blocks to bounce against. So for example, we would do it like this. We chuck the spiny shell to the right. Then it hits the on-off twice. Now we need to create a 1-tile gap so I can actually jump up there, I think, after P-switch. Of course, we just need 10 seconds to get up to the spiny. Well, let's think about that, because if we get up to the spiny on the... which is going to basically be walking down at that point, so it's going to walk. And we need to be able to pick it up. We also need a passage. It's a clear passage to go to the munchers, obviously. So for example, if we're here, and then we get to the Spiny quick enough after hitting the P-switch that we're able to jump up towards it and bump it. Then we can pick it up. I don't know if we have enough room to get up to the right side after that, but I guess we'll have to make that room. Get up over here, then once we jump into this location, we throw it to the right, then we go to the top right and extend the P-switch. So that's in the first 10 seconds. After that, when it falls this way, we need to make sure that it will actually coast across, which is potentially a bit of a problem because if it's sailing off of this location, I wonder if it will get over here accurately. Let's make a tiny bit more space to land on. And then hopefully when it falls down here, it's just going to cross and fall down to the bottom layer accurately. I mean, I feel like the semi-solid is probably a clue what kind of room we need. So hopefully this is able to get me the jumps I need. At some point we need to make sure we jump down to the right side to hit this POW. So after we hit the P-switch extension, then we need to come down and hit the POW on the right side, which means I need to have a single coin open so we can fall towards it. Maybe a little bit tricky. Let's make sure we can grab the Spiny in time with the number of blocks that we have. Oh, no. Bit of an awkward jump there. We should have fallen back down with it first. We didn't set that up very well, but at least we've guaranteed that we can actually get up to the Spiny before it has traversed 4 blocks or so, so we have a sense of what kind of timing we need for that. It's just the rest of the space, it was a bit awkward. So for example, if we go over here, and this setup is still correct up here, oh, whoops. Actually, that's fine. We do want to lop up that corner, I think. Oh, no, that's wrong, because, hang on, let's just dunk this. Taking out too much floor there. Possibly. I mean, that could have been salvageable, but let's just go with what we know. So we hit the P-switch. I actually think we'll do it with this layer because then we can walk adequately over to the POW, and we'll also have some easier jumps going to the left. Let's create a little bit of a landing bowl here once again. 2 bounces and only 2 bounces. We'll take off this little lip here so it can fall down accurately down to this passage. And just make sure we give it some space. Now, can I jump from here to here? I should be able to. And then let's leave ourselves a little bit of room. Okay. Actually, after we hit that P-switch, do we really need so many coins here? I feel like we don't, because I want to create some room to get down there. So once we... Yeah, we would need to have a way to drop back down, so let's do this. I should have left maybe one additional tile so we could run across there a little more easily. But that's okay, a little bit of back and forth is fine. Not too much, but just enough. And let's give ourselves just a little bit more room here. Yeah, a bit more headroom here does not hurt. So the Spiny comes down, we grab the Spiny. Let's give ourselves more headroom to jump. We jump across, we fire it, we then go for the P-switch on the top right before the first expiry. And then we drop down to the POW while the Spiny does its job on the bottom left. That should be the way it works. So we just need to make the jumps this time. Again, 10 seconds after activation to get to the next P. Go. Okay. Oh, I hit that way too early. That's okay, we made it. Yeah, I should have extended a little more time on the second P-switch, but that's okay, we made it. That's the important thing. Okay, fourth room. Let's take it. Okay, we have a bit of a scroll push here in this room, which is interesting. There's some kind of offset that's happening. It's just something that makes the layout work, I guess. Yeah, there was definitely a bit of a camera push towards the right. There's probably a hidden... if this is built in the subworld in particular, like in a vertical subworld, so some rooms have lava and some don't, then maybe that's how the scroll stop is. Forcing the screen. But anyway, we'll theorize about that later. Just some kind of trick to cram this room in with the rest. So it looks like the pokies are going to be a spin jump passage. No, I don't think so, in fact, because one-way panels on the left of them, so... What are the pokies even for, then? Given that definitely we can't traverse there. So... It looks like we'll probably use the Buzzy Helmet to bump the Thwomp up to the top level. And the Thwomp is going to hit the on-off switch. No, maybe not. P-switch is going to drop the Buzzy Shell. No. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, because the blaster on the tile above us is going to give us a P-switch, and so that's the first P-switch that we step on. It just hadn't spawned yet. Now, the interesting thing is that that means that there are going to be multiple spawns of P-switches once we hit the first one, which means there is potentially a way to have a timer extension, or at least a second point of damage, which we think will be the case anyway, because we see that the Buzzy Helmet is there. It does mean at some point we'll take a second point of damage. So we go to the P-switch in the top left first, and then the first P-switch is going to give us the Buzzy Helmet. At that point, we're still in the on state. Where even is the exit here? Oh, the exit is the key door. We need to get the key somehow. That's where the second point of damage is coming from, is that we'll need to drop through the key. I don't think the Buzzy Shell is something that we're going to pick up and throw. I think we do need it as a helmet, because that's how we're going to raise the Thwomp up to the top level to hit on-off. How is going to be necessary to get us through the Munchers, and then we hit the P extension, and then after the P extension we have to spin jump towards the pokies. Yes, that's what it is. That's what the pokies are for. It is a spin jump spot, because you spin jump towards the key, you spin jump to the left of the pokies, then you leave yourself enough room to drop on top of the key door while holding it up. And so we need to make sure that we have basically enough ground to stand on. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Let's go back to that room and let's see it properly. Okay, so in that case we need the Thwomp to have a clear passage, but we also need the Thwomp to have a stopping point to lodge it where we want. We probably want to lodge it above the bridge in the middle, because that will make sure it's properly aligned. Let's create a passage here so we know we can walk across. And then... So yeah, we hit the P. Then I think we drop down immediately. And grab the helmet. Once we grab the helmet, then we need to get within thwomp range. We want to wait to get within thwomp range. We want to, first of all, eliminate... Ooh, I eliminated way too much there. We want to have a little bit more space here, just in case. We want to get within thwomp range. I should have given myself an additional tile to stand on, because otherwise we'll just have to duck. Yeah, so thwomp is going to be here. Going to come across. Going to hit this location. Then we bump it up. But once we bump it up, we need to be able to stand here to reactivate it. I think this will work. We have 27 seconds to prove it, which is not much, given that the P extension tells us we have 20 seconds to do this room. Okay. Oh, come on. Get over here. Yeah, so no, the thwomp was set too far back. We actually do need to leave a bit of a wall there. To the right side of the bridge, so the thwomp actually doesn't back up that far. That's okay, we were in a bit of a rush. That's fine. Let's again create this whole column here. Yeah, let's leave the right side column to the right of the bridge, so the thwomp has a bounce back position that we have total control over. Let's just leave ourselves a little bit of wiggle room for the spin jump towards the door, because that could be a problem. Oh, we don't have enough room to hit the thwomp now. Let's make sure we've created some space over here. And that's okay, we can kind of wrap around with the Buzzy helmet. The thwomp comes down, we push it up. We jump up, activate the second P. So we've activated the second P, then what happens is then we can move up to this passage here. And then we can take our time past that point, because we can hit the next P pretty much whenever. So the only thing we haven't accounted for is when do we activate these... this POW block on the left side after hitting the on-off switch. Well, no, we need to go back and carry the POW. Yeah, we need to carry the POW. Basically, after pushing the thwomp up, we activate the thwomp, we drop back down immediately, we go back to carry the POW, then we carry it to the top right and whack the munchers immediately. So this will be bit inelegant maybe, but let's open up this passage so we can go back and forth. And the thwomp is still going to be stopped in that position, so we should be fine. So we hit the P switch, we drop down, we get the Buzzy helmet, we raise the thwomp. The thwomp hits another P switch and the on-off. And then we go down and grab the POW. We take the POW to the top right, and then we spin jump down to the pokies and exit the door. Okay. Okay, good so far. And then we spin jump towards the pokies here. And then we carefully land on the door. We need to hold up the whole time, basically. Oh, nope, overshot. You see, that's the issue there. Is that maybe leaving that additional row was not a good idea. But we have everything down, and the timing is actually pretty relaxed in this one. Oh, whoops. Yeah, the timing is not the issue here. It's just landing on P accurately. It actually makes me think that I should leave a little bit of a wall to the left of the key door so we don't overshoot it. So we can bounce against a wall and then make sure we land on the key door accurately. So just going to make a couple of refinements here. I like how you can kind of refine your solutions bit by bit in this. And just make minute adjustments, as long as they're not too finicky, like in that Yoshi room in the last puzzle. Okay, so once again, I'm gonna make sure the thwomp can actually hit. Also, I totally forgot to do what I said I would do, which is leave a wall to the left of the door so we can land on it accurately. Oh well, we'll just have to do it without. Yeah, that's too bad. I made that mistake. Oh, also, let's not eliminate those coins there. So we can control where the thwomp is going back. And we need to give the thwomp some more room here, of course. Eliminate all this stuff. Give ourselves a clear passage with the POW. Okay, once again, I'm worried about the spin jump this time because we don't have the wall, but we will try it like this and see what happens. Okay. Oh, nope, too soon. That's okay. We should redo the wall anyway. Yeah, I hit the thwomp a little too eagerly there. Okay. Let's do this again. Yeah, it's okay to make a little more room, actually, for falling. No real disadvantage to it. Again, let's leave a wall on the left side of the door. And... yeah, leave a bit of a passage going this way. And let's let the thwomp actually hit this time before we push it too aggressively. Might not have left myself enough room to do it. Let's do it like this. Eliminate this wall, and hopefully the one extra tile of space won't matter too much. And then the idea is that we escort POW up here. And now let's make the key door passage. Thwomp needs an open passage here. And then here, just make sure that we have room for the bounce. I wonder if we even want these. Oh, okay. No, I took out too many blocks. Now we can't reach the munchers. I took out way too many. Yeah, no, this is going to be a problem because now we can't reach that very comfortably. It's about a 5-tile jump. What a bit of a run. Maybe we can do it. Yeah, a little too aggressive on that this time. Okay, good. Do this. Oh, nope, lost that. That's not good. Yeah, I stood too close. We can try to practice to key door to see if this works, though, even though it will be small and it won't be a very accurate representation. Actually, it won't be accurate at all because we're supposed to smash through everything as Super Mario. So let's just fix that up a little bit. Yeah, we just eliminated too many coins that I needed for the passage to the top right using the POW. So that needs a bit of refinement. But opening up a bit more space is fine. We just need to not eliminate too much platform to stand on. So that was a problem in multiple locations that time. Okay, once again, let's create a bit of a central passage like that. Swamp is going to go this way. Swamp is going to get pushed up. And we can actually just leave some of this in place. Like some of this, we'll just dig down. But again, we need some more platform to stand on there, so let's open this up and make a bit of a pit landing. But we do need those platforms for standing. That way we don't ram into the munchers like we did last time. Okay, that's going to be a little bit better. Let's open up the side. And let's open up just a little bit of landing room here, although we want one tile there for the thwomp to stop if it overshoots us. So that looks good. Let's try it, and let's try to execute cleanly. Okay. So now, we try to just enter the key door. No, that did not work. We actually need... Yeah, we actually need a safe landing. We need to probably land all the way on the hard blocks on the left side, in fact. Because it doesn't work. The spin is going to take priority over the door entry. So we actually need it to come up here to this spot and land on it. Which means we need to be a bit more exact about how we're building a passage to weave out with the spin. And so we should think about that, because that's the major problem to solve right now, is just how to escape. And create a passage that will work. Because we basically need to kind of step ladder our way up, I think. And that means one thing. Well, that's okay. We don't need to worry about a wall anymore, but we... Oh, no. Okay, no, I blew it already. We need to create, once again, a step ladder that will go up to... Not even a step ladder, just a staircase, actually. It's not a step ladder at all. It's a staircase that goes up to the top... sorry, to the middle left. Whoops. So we should actually create the staircase first and then think about what we can do with the thwomp passageway. But regardless, left column needs to be clear, because we will need access to POW and Fuzzy every time. Whoops. Let's see. It's already too much space eliminated here. So for example, if we kind of make this staircase like that, then we leave a bit of room, of course, for the thwomp passage here. And thwomp passage here. And of course we need a few tiles of platform on that side too. So we know that this is going to be open this way. So what if we do a bit of a skip like that? I wonder if that will be fine. Like where we just kind of hold into that, and then hopefully we can get the bounces that we need to get up to the left side, and then we go back down to the key door. Just eliminate some of this. This we can have a bit of room. The part of the question though is Well, if we bust through any of these individual tiles, that's fine because we just need to make sure we get the POW up to the top right quickly enough. That's actually not too much of an issue in terms of time. I think we generally do that. What we want to do is take this out and leave this column open a little bit. So Thwomp has a clear passage. We have a clear passage to the Buzzy Shell. So, yeah. With the Buzzy Shell, we can hit this block initially. This block is only for once we want to bounce up to up left, which means that we give ourselves just a tiny bit more headroom. Okay, hopefully that works. Okay. Oh, no, too low, too low. Not enough room. Didn't expect that. That's the first time that's happened. I guess because we're still trying to figure out how the passage to safety is going to work for the escape from the pokey spin jump. So what do we do this? This will need to be opened. Yeah, we didn't give ourselves any room to stand on for the Thwomp here. That's a bit of a problem. Just didn't account for the Thwomp passage at the time. Well, let's fix that then. We can fix that. That's not too bad. Whoops. That's okay. More headroom is fine. The solution to this is actually just to take the Thwomp out closer. I don't think that's going to work. We're way too low. But we take this stuff out and jump from that platform below, maybe. Or punch the Thwomp up from this location. Yeah, up from this location. Because the idea behind that is that I would then be able to... Yeah, Thwomp hits here as a last resort. But then we can give it a second push, and then the thing is we can jump up onto the bridge and follow the Thwomp if we're worried about P-switch timing. It's going to be a little bit of a change from how we did things previously, but I think it might actually work. Oh. Nope. Yeah, no. We didn't give ourselves enough room to stand on. Still a bit of a problem. Now, the thing about the staircase, though, is that we don't need to make the staircase that wide. We know that one tile works for the staircase because we've done it before in some other rooms, maybe even in this puzzle sequence. So if we make a kind of quicker staircase going to the left, we just make sure that we have the top tile here so we don't need to jump up by too much. So the idea is that we do a staircase like this. Then, that way we ensure that we still have the passage open for the Thwomp. So we can actually have room to bump the Thwomp from this location the way we did before. It needs to be here. Okay, let's create space. Yeah, let's create space up top. And we need a little bit more headroom for the staircase sequence. Whoa, that's okay, actually. That's not a problem. Yeah, we just need enough to work with for the staircase sequence here. And hopefully that works. If we get totally dunked by the staircase, then we'll find out the hard way. Now, the problem with this, though, is that I feel like I'm not leaving myself enough room to get back up. Yeah, we need to create a little bit of space here for the passages using the spiny hat and the pow, so we can actually... not the spiny hat, the buzzy hat and the pow, so we can actually get through quickly without having a really fussy jump. Like this. Okay, we didn't get up here quickly enough. That's okay, we've got lots of time on this one. Oh, not that much time. There we go. That was... Oh, that's a problem. The POW activated so late that it dropped half the coins. Yeah, the POW activated too late. Well, let's check this area first to make sure we can... Yeah, and that doesn't even get over the gap. We need to make a little bit more room, headroom there so we don't get dunked into the gap. So that's why it was important to test that. So yeah, we actually were a little bit too late on the POW that time. We weren't in position after sending the thwomp. We need to get to the POW right after sending the thwomp. I actually wonder if eliminating this bit here is the right move, because we might need a cleaner passage to get over this gap. Anyway, let's try it. Once again, we'll try the same step ladder, except this time we'll make ourselves a little bit more room to get over this gap here, because we need the headroom to do it. Like, we need to take that out. Which means we'll only really have one tile to stand on to get the thwomp out of there. Yeah, because to get the thwomp out of there, we need to stand on top of this tile, and only this tile. Yeah, just had a little bit too much fussiness getting up to Munchers over there. Let's just create more space up here. That's fine. I don't really like the look of this block when it comes to how we're going to continue after the spins, but might just have to make do with that. Let's get some of this stuff out. And yeah, getting back to the left quickly to grab the POW is going to be the key this time. We took too long to get to the POW. Okay. Okay, good. So now we check whether we can actually make it all the way across. We just need to hang left and hold and hope for the best. Okay, good. That's the exit. Yeah, all in the setup. Okay, halfway there. New material at last. Okay, so that Pokey absolutely screams spin jump. And it looks like it's going to be another spin jump staircase where we need to spin jump over to the top left. So after we hit the P, we need to have a passageway that gets us over to the next P. We land on the pokey, and then we need to take a spin jump staircase, probably the one that goes to the top left point. And we fall from that point. Yeah, okay, I think I kind of see how to do it. So first of all, we're going to hit the P and we'll have to fall down. This will be a little bit tricky. The P is going to activate the on-off switch at least, which means that we'll be able to get over to the other P in good time. We just need to make sure we have a complete staircase going to the left side, which I think, like I was saying, we'll be taking this staircase up top. Oh, I eliminated too much already, I think. Yeah, because we won't be able to get up there at this point. No, that's already going to be blown. Yeah, we need to not touch this top left corner, actually. Let's redo this. We need to basically eliminate a bottom passage with a P balloon, and we need to go nice and low. That segment. And we know that we'll need to get the P. But minimum, we'll be doing this. But we're taking a diagonal up. And we know that we can kind of fall in from that point, which means, so for example, if you're taking the middle diagonal, I've already eliminated way too much. So we jump down with a P, we take this staircase up. And then what we do is basically we fall down one diagonal at a time. So it's going to be a bit of a zigzag pattern, where off the pokey we just need to land nice and high. So here, do this. We'll definitely need to hit something. Hit one of the turn blocks on the way up. So yeah, with the initial P switch, we drop down a bit onto that very perilous looking one tile landing. We then go up through the zigzag. We will at some point need to hit a block to move up. But off of the pokey, we're able to spin on top of this passage here. Which means we can actually get up here this way. So off the pokey, we go up, 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 and fall down. And then we just go up, 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 and then fall back down. Like that. Now, for the initial passage up, we need to go up either here or in the lower spot down there. We'll need to pick one of those spots. We can activate the P switch in time. We'll need to watch the timer for that because we'll have the 10-second window. And we want to do it as early as possible. If we're hitting a turn block, we do it as early as possible so it's not compromised, I think. We hit the second P switch. Let's do this. I am a little concerned about the first drop already. Yeah, that was a bit of a problem. We need to fall out of that. We eliminated a few too many, but that's the kind of passage we should be making. Quality Humor, welcome. This is the 6th part of a series of 6 puzzles by Marco Polo. It's all about creating passages using the P balloon to eliminate coins, and you hit the P switch, and then you use the remaining platforms to traverse the puzzle. So there are, I think, 9 rooms in each puzzle, so it's a total of 54 rooms in total with this P balloon concept. It's a great concept. It's one that has proven to have a ton of mileage to it so far in terms of how much you can do. Okay, so once again, we're going to create the zigzag. But yeah, it's kind of like a whole puzzle game on its own. Okay, so here, once again, we want to take this out because we know we can go up with a pokey. Then we finish the zigzag up here. We need to give ourselves headroom. Give ourselves just a little bit of landing area over here for the P-switch jump. You remember that Quality Humor? You remember that lag machine clock level that you sent me years ago? When I get the Switch 2, I'm planning to stress test Mario Maker on Switch 2 against a couple of things like that. And we'll see, because I'm sort of interested to see what the change in hardware will do for certain edge case interactions and other things that seem dependent on processing power. So we might go back to take a look at some things like that. It'll be interesting to see if anything breaks, actually, with Mario Maker. Anything that wasn't really tested for when it comes to backward compatibility. I think most things would probably be fine, given how the engine works, but we don't know that yet. Because, you know, if we start having timing issues with freeze frame detectors and the like, then a ton of levels are in big trouble. Okay, so now we have the passage. We get up to the top right as cleanly as we can. We hit the P, and then we do the stepladder. When we do the stepladder, it's going to eliminate the entire top row, so we're not going to be worried about having access to the key door within the P-switch timing. I think we aren't worried about that. Let's just do it. And there we go. Yeah, we will be getting the Switch 2 day 1 over here. I don't know if I'll be able to stream day 1 necessarily, because the launch weekend is actually a very difficult weekend in my schedule, but we have a couple of things planned. In the meantime, though, just trying to mop up some Maker puzzles. So, P-switch here is going to freeze the conveyor belt, which is going to lead the spike ball to roll. If the spike ball is rolling, how are we able to get it over to the on-off switch? Is the question, because why would it give us some kind of bounce? Because the way I'm seeing this is that we need to hit the on-off switch. But then how would we do that with a spike ball, given that it's down a tile? Like, how do we get it to move up 1 tile? That's something I'm not clear on just yet. Either that, or we're actually trying to get the spike ball to make contact with a POW. Now, let's think about the constraints here. Usually with these puzzles, we're kind of forced to take P-switch before POW, because POW might eliminate something necessary that the P-switch is doing. This might not be the case here. It's entirely possible that we could be hitting the P-switch. Or, well, no, we don't want to hit the POW too early, because that would eliminate the spike ball. I think the spike ball actually has to hit the POW. Unless the POW is something we pick up to take away the muncher stack in the bottom left, which actually looks more plausible given that it's the hard stack munchers. We do need to throw the POW against that location. So we need something else to hit the on-off switch. It looks like we need spike ball to hit the on-off switch. And I'm not exactly sure how it's going to go up. We might just need to see this and find out. But after we hit the first P-switch, we need to... Well, actually, the spike ball is going to have a ton of momentum coming out of there because it is coming out of a fast conveyor. So maybe it's actually able to jump a tile. Would it really? How would it do that? Well, let's see. Let's just open up this passage. And open up a passage to go to the POW as well. Then open this up down here. And I don't know if we need to create a passage down low. Once we grab the POW, we're probably free to just drop and whack the munchers, but we'd better find this out. So we need to see what the conveyor interaction will be. I need to see where the spike ball goes. There's no way. There's no way that that's going to be what hits the spike. If we hit the spike ball from below, does that raise it or bust it? I was thinking that it would just bust it, but we should actually test this because I feel like we're supposed to raise it. It doesn't go very quickly, incidentally. The spike ball, if it rolls off one tile like that, it's just going to roll off and be lost. Yeah, actually, no. I was thinking about the spike ball the wrong way. We should, in fact, try to give it a bump. That means we should create a passage like this first. And then, after hitting a P-switch, we should try to raise it. I have to see if it works first, of course. Oh, nope, hang on. Now we eliminated too many coins. That's okay, we'll try to fix that somehow. Well, now I'm just under more time pressure to do the same thing. And once we bump it, we can just jump through to head towards the POW. We should be okay. So why don't we just try it like this? We'll try to just bump the spike ball and see what happens. Yeah. Good. Wait, no. The spike has to be eliminated before the spike ball goes to the on-off switch. Now, this is interesting because it means that the spike ball has to be in midair when it gets bumped up. And so we actually want the spike ball to take as long as possible. Yes, because that's what the spike is doing there. We forgot about the spike ball being eliminated by hitting the spike. So we actually want the spike ball to be sustained on the lower passage for as long as we can. And then when it's mid-bump, essentially, then we raise it. Let's give it maybe 2 tiles. We need to bump it. That's a bit of a tight margin because we need to bump it here maybe. Oh, it's going to fall off here, actually. That's not going to work at all. We might even need to bump it twice. Yeah, it's just going to fall off here. That won't work. Hang on. Because we need to throw the POW against the munchers. We can't just throw it against the wall. It has to be against the munchers. So... But what can happen with a spike ball is that we can kind of bump it twice, maybe, and raise it by one level and have it fall down. As long as we have a way to get up to the POW quickly enough. And get down to the munchers quickly enough. So... the POW cannot kill the spike ball, but the POW must kill the spike ball before the spike makes contact. Which means that we actually want the spike ball to get a really nice big drop. Like a big drop. And then roll down towards that location. Which means that the passage we need to open is over here. And then... now, we need to make sure that the spike ball doesn't fall, though, so we need to kind of create an overhang with it. And by an overhang, I mean that we need it to fall down this way. Yeah, we need to give it a little more room, I think. So we want to raise it as high as we can. Let's figure out how we're going to do that. Give it maybe 2 tiles of space just in case. We need that. Give it 2 tiles of space here. This is going to be a little tricky. It's going to be a lot of bumping. I don't know if we have time to do that, actually, on a P-switch. I don't think we do. I still think we have enough uptime on a P-switch to be doing quite so many shenanigans here with bumping it up and up. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. We could have created a lower overhang on this level here. And that would have been fine. We don't need to be that up high. We just need it to be high enough that we have a little bit of airtime for it when we drop the POW against the munchers. And we would still need to drop the POW against the munchers. We would actually need to have it maybe drop off 1 tile here, roll towards the spike, down 1 block from 1 tile up. Let's redo this. Yeah, we can't afford to be jumping and bumping it that many times. We are going to be under the P-switch timer. So, but the overhang is the right idea, I think. Okay. So we can create that. Basically, as it's falling down towards the spike, we create this passage here. As it's falling down towards the spike, we eliminate the spike. I would have liked to give it more airtime, but I don't really think it's going to happen. And as long as we have a passage going up to the POW, we're okay. We just need to make sure we have that passage, though. Hence the overhang idea. Yeah, we just need to follow the spike ball and then race it over to the POW, actually. That's the way to do it. We could set it up like this. And let's give ourselves room to do like 2 bumps. Give ourselves a bit of extra room. And then create more space down here for running. Not too much. Just enough to work with. And yeah, make sure we get a nice comfortable jump over here. So the idea is that we bump the spike ball up and then we follow it over to the POW. We should eliminate a little bit more of this area here just to make sure we have some room for jumping. Although, yeah, that's going to be a little bit rough, I think. So we bumped the spike ball twice. Then we really need to get ahead of it, drop with the POW, and hit the munchers as the spike ball is falling down. It's going to be tricky. Nope, you see, we hit this block. That's not going to work. But then the idea is that we beat it over here, then we use the POW, and then as the spike ball is falling, then we eliminate all that. It's going to be a little bit tricky. I think we do have the right idea. We just need to bump the spike ball with better timing. Because we can send it up a level, we just need to do it. Yeah, it's gonna roll. Let's give ourselves 3 blocks of space this time. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. I don't have enough room for jumping, really. It's okay. Let's eliminate some of this. Let this fall. Then ourselves the second layer. Yeah, we're gonna have some issues heading the upstairs, I think. But if we don't eliminate too many tiles, we can just run over to the POW. Like we just do this and jump up. But we do need to hit the spike ball with really good timing to send it up. Okay. Nope, too slow. The idea then is we would go like this, drop, and then as the spike ball goes, then we hit this. No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Because the whole point of having the muncher there... You know what it is? I think we used the POW to crush the spike. That is what it is. We use the POW to crush the spike. We do a soft drop on a spike and crush it. We can't fire the POW that early. The reason why is because the on-off switch, when it activates, needs to extend the P. Why does it need to extend the P? We're here anyway. But the on-off switch bumps the muncher extends the P. But only if that muncher is still alive. So you know what? This might be actually simpler than I thought. Because what if we drop down here first, and then crush the spike with the POW? After we crush the spike with the POW, in fact, if we crush the spike with the POW, we can just have the spike ball go in the bottom passage. And we find the only issue is that there's no overhang if we do that. So maybe that didn't quite work. If we crush the POW with a spike, then we let the spike ball eliminate the spike. Then we have room to descend with the POW the long way, by, for example, going all the way around. Except now we have an issue with getting the spike ball over. We kind of need the overhang too. Make the spike ball over. Let's redo this. We still need 2 hits, I think. The spike ball. But we're not under as much time pressure. We don't need to hit the munchers with the POW while the spike ball is in midair. That is actually way too finicky. It is actually doable that way, I think. But it's not very easy to execute. The way that we had talked about earlier, it looks like you can actually skip the second P-switch activation if you have a very exact POW timing that eliminates the spike ball, but not the spike. The issue with this currently... Okay, so no, that's fine, because if we create something like this... we need it to roll on top of the platform without hitting the wall, so... let's see if we can do it. Because currently we need a clean way for the spike ball to just get over there, and unfortunately, because the P-balloon is so wide, it, you know, you're usually going to eliminate 2 rows at once, and but we should definitely be thinking about this in terms of the POW being used as a drop against the spike, which means we can't eliminate the entire left side coin wall. So we take out this stuff. We can take out this. This still has the same problem, which is how do we get the spike ball to behave? Because we might need to drop it a lot lower than I imagined. Like, drop it quite a bit lower and bump it up step by step. That's a lot of steps. Actually, no, that's fine. It's still only 2 bumps, I think. But if we get it to fall, then we can do it in 2 bumps. Here's what I mean by that. So the reason that you need the P-switch extension is so you can run with the POW a long way around the right side and then take it to the left to the munchers. Hence the bottom passage requirements. Whoops, we eliminated too much. Let's redo it. I do have a very specific target for what we're going for. Make this work. Okay, so let's take this out. So what's going to happen is we create this spike ball passage all the way. We do let it drop by 1 tile first. We need to, otherwise it hits the wall. Give it a little bit of space, and a little bit of space. We send it over. You should be welcome. And yeah, I don't know if I'll get to the battleship today. I will probably be running a viewer queue tomorrow, though. Today, I might not have time to do much after this level as is. Because we've still got this room. Actually, this is the... yeah, this room and then 1 more room to go in this set. And then we're finished with this one. But we've been on this puzzle for about an hour and a half because it is 9 different rooms and some of them can be very finicky, as you can see here. And so I might do a short puzzle after this one, but probably not something too big. Today is... when I say today, I don't mean that according to any particular time zone. I mean sort of within the same block of sleep, whatever that is. Yeah, I don't even know anymore. That's what happens when I stream at a time that is inconvenient for everybody. Okay, so we're going to eliminate this. Then we have to roll the spike ball all the way over, but we need to beat it over to the POW so we can soft drop against the spike and then get out of there. We soft drop against the spike, we pick up the POW again, we jump out of the way, we let the spike ball hit the on-off switch. Then we wrap all the way back around. So we need to hit it accurately in these two locations once we get the P. And then we race it up top to the POW. Now, in order to race it up top to the POW, we need to do the same thing as before, where we create a little bit more space up here. What if one doesn't sleep? That happens too. Not as much as it used to. Okay, so we let the spike ball come down. We roll it towards the spike. We need to eliminate the spike before the spike ball gets to it, and so we'll have to race it. It's gonna be tricky. I don't know how I'm gonna beat that. Oh, no, it's gonna hit. I actually did not need it to... Oh, it was previous crashing against a wall, that's why, okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking that the spike ball had to be eliminated separately with something like a POW drop, but that's because previously we saw the spike ball break against the spike. The reason we saw it break against the spike was probably because it was just breaking against the corner at the same time, so... We massively overcomplicated that. That was actually much simpler than I thought it would be. Much, much simpler. Okay, this is the last room of this set. Essentially the boss. So yeah, this world consists of 6 puzzles that are all this concept. It was very recently published. And so this is 6 out of 6. Each one has 9 rooms. So this is room 54, essentially, of a connected series of puzzles. This set of puzzles is entirely about creating passages through the coins with the P-balloon, and then you hit the P-switch, and then you use the blocks that remain to trace your way to the solution. So it's all this concept, essentially. Okay, so interesting spike on the top left. I think that's just a soft lock spike, as soft lock prevention spike. We need something to step on the note block on the left in order to first of all get a key, and then what's going to happen with the Goomba being dunked there for the P-switch? So something might dunk. Actually, it's probably that the Goomba is holding a key, and then you do something like a Muncher Dunk off of the note block that is going to activate the P-switch while crushing it. So that's going to be the P-switch extender. It looks like what we need to do here is have something like the spring act as an object that we can toss over to the note block. We have an extra mushroom, which is interesting because, yeah, there is the mushroom check at the end of this room, obviously. So we are required to take a second point of damage. It's probably because we need to run through the big piranha in order to hit the on-off switch, which means that at some point we actually need to use the spring to send the mushroom to the top right. The mushroom would need to bounce up there and then rejoin us. So the mushroom is going to do that. Well, upon activating the P-switch, mushroom is going to roll left. And should be able to make the 1 tile gap here. Well, we're about to find out. Hit the P-switch, go to the right, grab the spring. At that point, the mushroom will have gone over, and we wanted to hit a wall and then bounce back, essentially. But then, how is it going to get enough height? That's not going to be nearly enough height. Or we run into the piranha, then we kind of run back towards the mushroom while we have invincibility frames, then we run through to the on switch. That doesn't make sense, because after we hit the on-off switch... So the purpose of the on-off switch... So yeah, the purpose of the on-off switch is that it lets the piranha jump up. Which means that at that point we need to be small. If we are small, then we don't use the spring to hit the note block. We need the spring to manipulate the mushroom. So At some point, we're going to take a point of damage by running towards the on-off switch. While we have invincibility frames, we run back out from the piranha. How does that make sense, given that the big piranha is still there? That doesn't make sense to me. Because if we run to the on-off switch, we still have problems getting out, essentially. Like, we need to eventually send the mushroom to the top right. I think the mushroom actually needs to hit the note block. The mushroom needs to hit the note block. That's what makes the most sense. And if it hits the note block, then, well, this is a blown attempt anyway, but then we roll it over to the right. Like, if it hits the note block over here on the left, no, because it's going to get trapped. However, if we are in the top right, then hitting the on-off switch will kill the piranha when it's in the top block. Once it kills the piranha, so for example, we hit off, piranha jumps up. We hit on, it kills the piranha. We hit off again, the piranha is eliminated and the mushroom rolls to the right. So that's how we do it. The mushroom is going to be temporarily trapped here. But after a few on-off switches, the mushroom is free to roll, and then it rolls to the right and joins us over here. And then we're small over here. Once we get the mushroom, then we go through a door. Okay, so I get it. So now we need to actually set it up. We need to get the mushroom to roll to a spot where it's going to bounce up. So yeah, we need to make that mushroom passage happen. And so we'll need to open up a little bit of room for it to fall back and forth. Because we need the mushroom to be able to fall and then bounce up, which is going to take a little bit of adjustment here and there because we don't have a good sense of its falling angle. But essentially, once we hit the P-switch, we need to come over to the right side. Now, the problem with eliminating that much is that we don't have a good way. I guess we could up throw to lodge the mushroom over there. That seems a little finicky, though. We need to, first of all, see how the mushroom rolls. Let's just see. It's not going to hit that to begin with. We need it to roll across. And we probably need to bump it up, like using the staircase method. Like, we need to bump the mushroom up manually and then have it drop towards the spring in a position of our choosing. Yeah, because the mushroom is going to actually be trapped here initially, and that's fine. So when we are ready for it, then we hit this block. Maybe, no, it's not right. Mushroom's gonna roll back and forth. We need to basically send it to where we want it to go. So let's say the mushroom goes left here. Then it can bounce back and forth with the one-way panel until we're ready to catch it. We don't have a lot of time though, 10 seconds to send it up. And then we need to create a passage, like a single column passage perhaps, on the left side, where that's where the spring will come into play. Because, I mean, we definitely need a spring here. But it's going to bounce. It's not going to bounce nearly high enough. Like, you need to place it practically here. Or here. Such that it bounces all the way. We eliminated way too much already. Now it's not going to roll up accurately, is it? Or it does roll up and then it bounces like up like this, maybe? And then over to the right side. So the idea here is that we get the mushroom to, for example, bounce into this slot and go up. That's a very exact entry. I don't quite know how we'll set it up. But if we clear this passage, then we have a way to send the mushroom up one step at a time. Problem is that I don't think we can get the spring up in time to catch it if we're bouncing it manually like that. Also, I don't have a way to jump back up. I think we just have to do this and see what happens. Where we have to just hit the mushroom and then come up here and then drop the spring. And then have it activate the second switch in time. Okay, let's do it. No. Yeah, you see, you have to be very accurate because I was thinking of dropping it here, essentially. Then the mushroom bounces up from that point. But you have to be pretty much perfect with how you're bouncing the mushroom up. I think maybe we can do it 2 tiles at a time. We should test it out. Yeah, because we need to send the mushroom over as far as we can without it bumping on the ceiling here. Let's just eliminate as much of this as we can. And then will this give me enough height to bounce? Maybe, maybe not. So then we land a spring again in this location here. So we try to get the mushroom over in 2 bounces. We're going to get the spring over here. This is a tile lower than what we had before. I don't know if it'll make it. But the idea is that if the mushroom can activate the second P, then we're okay for time. And if we're okay for time, well, we have a bit of a problem here. This is going to drop down. Let's eliminate this and create the same height. And hopefully this will send it across. We'll need to adjust our height estimates, I think, in there. So the idea is that I'm going to tuck the spring in this location once we bounce the mushroom up twice. Again, we need to be very much on target. Nope, you see, it has to be going the right way, otherwise it bounces back like that. Because then we drop this, and we need the mushroom to bounce cleanly over to that side. I think it'll work. I think that is probably the correct height, but if we don't bounce the mushroom cleanly, then that doesn't work. It has to be going in exactly the right direction that we want. Maybe we should be creating a wider passage for it. Like 4 wide, maybe. So we have a little bit more wiggle room for it. 5 wide over here, that's wider than I want, but that's okay. Okay. Create this. Drop the spring over here. eliminate all this and hope that it hits. And then create this passage here. Now the last remaining thing is just to make sure that we have a passage to jump up to the on-off switch ourselves after sending the mushroom over. No, we don't need that. We need the mushroom to roll over accurately, so all of that needs to be solid. So again, the real test here is actually just getting the mushroom over in the first place. Nope. You see, if you miss, then you miss. But I think we can beat it in terms of time. We just need to do 2 bumps and we leave the spring here. And we can try to outrun over to the runner on the right side. But anyway, that's what we're going for. We'll adjust it until we basically try to force it to work. Because we just haven't executed the mushroom bump cleanly yet, and we need to do it twice. Again, need the single... Oh, nope, we missed it. We need a single tile slot for the spring to come in. So, and again, I don't know yet if that even gives me enough height or distance on the mushroom, so it might be a lot of trial and error to get it to straighten out properly. Oh, too much. That's okay. We'll take this corner. Way too much, actually. The problem with that is that we haven't left ourselves enough room. Let's redo it. We haven't left ourselves enough room to get over to the spring in time. We need to give it lots of distance so we can outrun it. You know, if we just have a single tile for the mushroom after the only panel, then the single tile should be able to set it up, because it's going to have a little bit of momentum off bouncing back and forth in a single spot, maybe? We should actually try it. I'm going to just try something very quickly here. Like if we have a single, well, 2 tiles, I guess. Even 2 tiles might be beneficial. I'm just going to try it. I just want to see if we can get a good solid bump. Because we should actually isolate this problem first and solve it before we do everything else. We need to see how we can cleanly get the bump going. So never mind the whole left side setup right now. We just want to see how cleanly I can get the mushroom out of the first spot. We can have a reliable method for it. Yeah, so you just have 2 tiles, then it should just go over cleanly. We should have tested actually how far it goes on a spring, but yeah, so 2 tiles for the first slot should be fine. Because then we can just whack out in the middle and then it should go up. 3 tiles was actually too much, and that was getting us into trouble. So more space was actually not working out for us well there. Even 1 tile might be good, but we'll do 2 because we just saw it work. Second one needs more space because we need to give it some room. In fact, it might even be that we just need to do 1 bump on it, and that the spring gives you enough height for the rest, but I haven't worked it out mentally just yet. Okay, so here we go. We'll need to eliminate a lot of this, and a lot of this, and hopefully it gets enough height to get all the way up. In fact, we don't need to give the mushroom that kind of height requirement. We can, you know, do this because we just need it to roll over to where the piranha is. We don't need it to be that extreme. Let's try it like this. Nope. We need to give it a longer passage on that second row so we can catch up to it. We might not even need a second row, but yeah, 2 tiles is good here, but then we need to give it like maybe 6 here, just to make sure that it's going right to left when we bump it the second time. and that it doesn't get caught on anything else here. Okay. Eliminate this bit here. And all of this here. And once again, we'll try to give it a lower entry point so we can just charge in over here. Get rid of all of that. So once again, I don't know if it'll reach the piranha, but we'll find out, and we'll just have to adjust if it doesn't. No. You see, we're bumping it too far ahead. I need to tail it from behind, then... Actually, no, we need it to bounce back towards us. We actually do need it to bounce back towards us. It's the usual mushroom bumping logic all the way back in Super Mario 1. So we do want the deflection. We're hitting it too soon, in fact. I have to think back to the mushroom bouncing logic from all the way back to the first mushroom in the first Super Mario Brothers. And just kind of keep that in mind to track how this is supposed to work. Let's try this. Once again, eliminate all this. We'll still have to make some adjustments on the top layer, I think. But the idea is that we drop the spring and then we try to outrun all the way to the piranha on the right. No, we do need to kind of make sure we hit it in the correct position. We're just too late every time it's overshooting or I'm bumping. So it's purely an execution problem right now. I mean, maybe we don't even need that much height, like I was saying, but oops. We'll do it this way until we've confirmed. Give it a little bit more space. Yeah, we need to trail it. Open it up this way. And also give it more room this way. Just to avoid mishaps. Okay, now we... There's also a little bit more bumping room. Hopefully we can execute it cleanly this time. No, we completely whiffed that one too. Yeah, just hitting the mushroom accurately is the biggest problem here. I thought 2 tiles would have been sufficient there, but let's give this a little bit more. Oh, I have a problem now. We eliminated too much. Let's redo it. Okay. Why did we save this part of the world for today? Oh, I also opened up way too much space already. That's okay, we'll just need to make an attempt. And try to salvage it. Not how I wanted to set it up, but... Yeah, maybe if it turns out that we only needed it to go up by 1 tile, this would make everything a lot easier, but... Until we see what height we need, we'll go with this. Just to be sure. It may be that this overshoots anyway once it bounces on top of the spring. We just need to see that calculation happen. We are not even that far yet. Nope. It's really hard to hit that thing. I actually am going to do maybe one attempt where it just goes up by one tile. Let's eliminate 2 here. I'm just going to eliminate this like here. And this way, maybe we can see if this gives us sufficient height. If it does, then we don't need to worry about the second bounce. We can just do the first bounce. But I kind of doubt it'll make it. This is quite a high position for the mushroom. So I really don't think it's going to happen, but again, we need to see it. And let's eliminate a bit more room here just to give it more room for the initial bump. We have to be very careful on this side. Actually, we don't need to eliminate that. We can just leave it. See it? Nope, it does need the additional tile, as I thought. So our original calculation was correct. But now that I've verified that, I don't need to test it the second time. So yeah, we do need to bump the mushroom up 2 levels. So we need to fix the mushroom accuracy, because once we have it, everything else should be fine. Assuming that we have the right height calculation for the follow-up as well. Oh, no. Too high. Okay. 2 tiles here. Let's give it about 6 here. Although it's not the number of tiles that's the problem, it's just our accuracy in tapping them in the first place. Because we're just missing the mushroom every time. Yeah, this idea is essentially correct though. The other problem that we're running into is that P-switch expiring before I'm getting to a point of safety. If the mushroom gets there right away, then that's fine, but I don't know if we should be running to the piranha first or if we're waiting for the second P-switch timer. I suspect we have to have the second P-switch timer, and then we need to do a very quick triple tap. Like, well, 1 tap, piranha jumps up, and then and then 2 more taps to open it for the mushroom. So yeah, once it gets the P, we need to do everything with the on-off switch quickly so the mushroom can actually get over in time. Oh, eliminated almost too much here. I think that's still fine though, this over here. Let's eliminate some more coins here so we don't run into bumping issues with the ceiling. Because we need to be really, really quick with the spring. No. It's so hard to hit. Unbelievably hard to hit. We actually just need to send it up 2 tiles with the initial bump, I think. Instead of... yeah, actually, this is how we're going to do it. Let's make a change. Let's see if we can just get it up 2 tiles right away. I actually don't know if that will go. You would think I'd know this kind of thing by now, but... we always need to check. Okay, let's do it this way. The impatient way. Yeah, because we only need to bump once, then we're in much better shape. So we'll find out if it actually gets us enough height to work with. Okay, let's try that. Nope, doesn't. Yeah, it absolutely needs 2 bumps then. Now, the thing is, after dropping the spring, if you're quick, you do have enough time to get over to the Piranha, so we should do that. Ishbim, do I solely play Maker 2? No, I would say I mainly play it. In fact, I don't play it even as exclusively as I used to. We spent a pretty big chunk of the last few months here and there on Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I did finish it, though. And I try to do word games from time to time. We, again, don't do as much of that as we used to, but we ran a word game stream last week, and I've been meaning to get back into more Scrabble online. I play Scrabble at a pretty serious level over the board in an in-person settings, but a number of people have been encouraging me to stream it online more so they could see more people showing off high-level play. And of course, we'll be doing a number of other things with Switch 2 as well. I tend to do Nintendo games, and particularly Nintendo platformers, on a fairly regular basis when they do come out. So definitely we're expecting to cover both Donkey Kong as well as the Kirby and the Forgotten Land expansion. Both of those are pretty high priorities. Oh, I eliminated too many layers. Let's try this again. Yeah, Scrabble, S-C-R-A-B-B-L-E, it's board game. It is one of the best known board games, I would say. Kind of the prototypical board game with words. And yeah, we actually, I would say the biggest single run I've done through a game on this stream is Tears of the Kingdom. We did an absolute marathon of it when it came out back in 2023. Where, without entirely intending to, I tried to beat as much of the game as I could without picking up the paraglider. I don't want to say too much about it if you haven't played it, but basically we did the game the long way and the hard way, and streamed it continuously for about 2 to 3 months. Hundreds of hours. It's the heaviest streaming I've done, to the point that I think by the end I was falling asleep in some broadcasts. And I still haven't even finished everything in it. I still have about a third of the side quests to go, which means, of course, that if we want to find time to stream the Switch 2 upgraded version, we will, of course, do that. Because I've got plenty of unfinished business in Tears of the Kingdom I want to go back to at some point. But yeah, I played it with no outside information, so we just built things from scratch and built my own solutions from scratch too. Problems that most players would have found much more trivial if they did things the intended way. Very unforgettable experience. And we do still have all of our old recordings and playlists that are on YouTube, because we recently migrated the entire archive over there. So somewhere in there, although I need to reorganize a bit, is our massive Tears of the Kingdom playlist. But of course, if you haven't played it, play it yourself first. It's something you should experience on your own for the first time if you are at all interested. Because you only get to discover it for yourself once, right? So Okay, we need to do the 2 bumps here. I still have not done the second bump accurately at any point. We have not gotten it even once. Now let's try it. Nope, and then look at that. Oh, completely off. We should maybe do it with 1 tile here and see if it works better with 1 tile. Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have Master Mode. That was something patched into Breath of the Wild if you got the Breath of the Wild DLC, but Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have a Master Mode. When I say that I did things the hard way, that means I had a couple of self-imposed constraints that other players would not have used. I was doing everything without fast travel because I learned with Breath of the Wild that's really by far the more entertaining way to play these games. Oh, I said I'd leave 1 tile. That's okay. Let's try this again. And I was doing it without picking up the glider, which meant that I was doing quite a lot with the kind of contraption building element of the game to get around a couple of technical problems that would normally not inflict fall damage on you if you did have the glider, let's just say that. So we had to figure out a couple of ways around certain technical obstacles. And I managed to find a solution to every single shrine in the game except 1, the way that I was playing. And so I was quite satisfied with that. There is actually a substantial part of the main plot that's also kind of locked away from you if you don't pick up the glider, and so that we had to do in the post-game. So a lot of the kind of tutorial elements of the game that people see in the first 20 hours, I didn't see until hour 400. And then, okay, let's go. All right, again, we have not at all hit the bumps accurately here, so let's try to do it. See, I feel like I have the solution. I've been sitting on a solution for this for quite some time. It's just that we cannot hit this mushroom. We just cannot get this mushroom where it needs to go. At no point have I been able to hit that mushroom. You know what? I think I actually need to send it up with a spring and then send it up a second time with a spring. We shouldn't be doing it by bumps. We should be doing it by trampoline. As in, we let it drop down to the trampoline first and bump up. That's a much more sensible way of doing it, I think. Because the way that I have been doing it so far is kind of garbage. Yeah, so we should actually drop the spring here. The risk of that, of course, is that the mushroom will fall in. No, yeah, no, it's going to fall in too quickly because as soon as we hit the P, it's going to be stuck in that location. What we should have done is leave 1 coin here. So when we are ready, we bump 1 coin and we drop it onto the spring and then it goes up. So yeah, let's do it that way. Because the way I'm doing it is way too finicky. We just will never get it done if we keep trying the solution. Yeah, I did most of a second run through Breath of the Wild Master Mode. I was actually trying to do it in a second language to make it feel especially foreign. You know, like you're visiting a foreign country. This was off-stream many years ago, but I did try to do things that way. And I did find it to be quite a lot of fun. Oh, we should have left an additional tile here. It's going to be too low. Yeah, we need 1 additional column there. Yeah, I played my Master Mode run through Breath of the Wild in French. I got through about half the shrines before I was distracted by something else, but it was a lot of fun because I also wanted to play the game from scratch with no fast travel. Because I discovered fairly late into my first run that that's the way I wanted to play it. I still want 1 more tile here. Hang on. I only started playing without warps when I originally played Breath of the Wild back in 2017 after I had already finished 120 shrines. And I really, really wished that I had played it that way to begin with. Whoops. And so that's what I did with the master mode run. I don't necessarily speak French very well. I don't do it on stream, for instance, but I do read it fairly fluently, so... It was kind of interesting to do that. Just as a little experiment of my own. Okay, so we're going to raise it up this many tiles. So this is bumping up 1, this is bumping up 2, so we want this column here. Let's try that. So what we're going to... Oh, no, I messed this up again. No, again, we need to leave one tile here as a trap, so the mushroom doesn't fall down to the spring until I'm ready for it to. So, yeah. I have a very specific setup that I'm going for. We just need to actually do it. Yeah. If you're saying D2R, I assume you mean Diablo 2 Remaster, right? You tried it in Mandarin, yeah. Oh, like in Simplified Chinese, I guess. Okay. Now, let me see here. Yeah, the thing about the weapon durability system, by the way, is that even though weapons still have durability in Tears of the Kingdom, the system... I missed this thing again. I can't take that tile. The systems are in some ways made much more interesting. In that there's a way to sustain the durability of your weapons, essentially. And... also more reasons to break them and experiment. Like, it's much better about encouraging the player to actually not mind breaking things so much, because you'll occasionally want to change over to some other tools anyway. And I never minded weapon durability, though. I really never had a problem with it. And, I mean, you know, you end up being a hoarder anyway if you're playing Breath of the Wild, but it just happens. Oddly enough, because in the months before Breath of the Wild, one of the last things I played on the Wii U was Paper Mario Color Splash, and Color Splash really has a bit of a pack rat problem where you just pick up so much stuff in your bag. And I realized that it was just so much more fun to play the game to just try to get one-turn kills and everything and always use the most powerful stuff in your inventory instead of being an RPG pack rat who tries to keep all the best stuff, right? If you try to do that in Color Splash, you just end up having to manage a full inventory all the time, and it's no fun. But if you're just using your best attacks all the time and just dumping everything on the enemy, then the game is actually much improved. And so because of that experience, I went into Breath of the Wild, I think, much better prepared mentally for what the durability system would feel like, where I just didn't mind spending the good stuff as much. Because everything just feels smoother that way. Okay, so we're going to drop the spring. We finally have the setup that we want. We're going to drop the spring. And then we hit. Then we carry the spring to the left side. Then we race over to the on-off switch. And hopefully this is going to work, so... Okay. No. And it didn't even go over the wall, so that didn't work. It's too slow. It's too slow. So that setup didn't work at all, actually. It still hits the wall. Maybe if I do everything one tile over. Yeah, it's much too slow. Let's see. Let's give it one additional tile of space. But I feel like the height is the issue. It's hitting the wall regardless. If it's hitting the wall over there, then maybe I do need to bump the mushroom up several times. And Seems really fuzzy. Yeah, maybe that what I'm seeing as an execution issue here is actually sort of a puzzle issue where it's just a cleaner way to do everything. It does make this height, at least. That's important to know. Okay. Oh, no. I accidentally picked it up. I actually didn't use the Hylian shield very much. I don't remember if I broke it. I think I did because I think I noticed that it was replaceable in Tarrytown. So at some point I think I did run into that, but this was years ago. Yeah, I played Breath of the Wild before I started streaming, before I got a capture card, and back then what I did was I just took hundreds of screenshots and I actually kept a bit of a play diary of where I went in the game. Because I like record keeping, and you know, everybody's adventure through it is going to take a very different path. So I still have a record somewhere of what I was doing in Breath of the Wild when I was exploring it for the first time. And had no idea how many shrines or Koroks there would be. I still think this setup isn't quite right. This still isn't going to give me enough height. I feel like we need an additional tile. Maybe with an up throw with a spring. Where you up throw towards the mushroom. Okay. Okay. Nope, missed it. I wasn't going to get the soft drop in time, so I thought I could just throw and then... We should try to go for the same setup, though. I need to confirm whether or not the mushroom is actually going to bounce to the correct location. So we have to check it. Because we need to experiment until we find the right tile of replacing the spring. It's a solution that I think feels a little too exact. The other one that felt like that was the Yoshi one that was in puzzle number 5. Where you had to have Yoshi jump over springs in exactly the right way. Like if you have a really good mental calculation for where something is going to bounce, and you can do that. I do not tend to have a good mental sense of that. So, and when you're designing puzzles, it's very easy to just have a good sense of the numbers when it comes to, you know, how many tiles everything is going to cover. I'd say that even after playing lots of puzzles, I don't necessarily have that as part of my knowledge base. Nope, it hits the wall. Still, we need an additional tile on it. Well, let's see if we can get it to bounce even higher. Let's see. I don't think so. Whoops. I guess if you up throw to spring, then maybe, but... So for example, if you go all the way up here and roll it down. Now let's try to bring it a tile closer again, just to see if it'll work. And now we'll need to head up towards the piranha this way. I don't even know if it will get to the P-switch quickly enough. Oh, again, we've missed one coin. Hang on. Okay, have to go back and grab that. Single coin here. I feel like we'll need to up throw it. Like after the first bounce. But let's see what this bounce looks like. We just need to read it. Okay, there we go. That actually works. Nope. Yeah, I wasn't in position to drop it there at all. That's the issue. Maybe we do just need to upthrow it both times and just juggle it over. If we're going to upthrow it, why don't I just upthrow it here and just send it over all the way? Why not do that? The problem with that is that... You know what? Let's leave ourselves a little bit more room. No, we still want it on a single column. I'm just thinking about how we'll cut the passage down to get to the P, because we need some way down. Let's think about this. So for example, if we just eliminate this spot here and create a passage all the way up, and then create it like this so the mushroom will actually roll down the one spot towards the piranha. Now, we don't want it to accidentally roll to the right. That's the thing. If it rolls to the right, then we're in trouble, because that will block off the piranha. We should have actually done this in the middle column, I think. Like, leave one column here as an obstruction. No, because then it doesn't roll down accurately afterwards. Yeah, no, I see the problem with this one, actually. But then we can maybe do multiple up throws until it works. And then we can step on the spring and just jump up to the on-off switch without doing the whole back and forth. Because if you trap it like this... Yeah, we need to rethink the whole way we were doing this, that's the thing. Okay. Nope, and... No, I was trying to drop it, and of course it just had to spill over because we didn't leave enough vertical space there. Okay. We need to trap in a better location, maybe. No, we actually need 2 tiles, like we did before, and then we'll strand it. And then maybe we're able to bounce it up, but... Yeah, because if it hits the wall, it'll fall back down. The issue, once again, is that I don't know how we'll create a way down for it. Or rather, a passage for Mario to traverse. Yeah, because we need enough of a wall here, but we need... The thing is, you need to do some precision stuff here, too. Because otherwise it's going to bounce and then just enter this passage, and that's not good. But we just need to experiment until we find how to get... Oh, whoops, I eliminated one too many coins, so that doesn't work. Actually, you know what? Instead of trapping the mushroom in one spot, why don't we just leave the slot next to it intact? When we bump this, then it's going to fall down. It's going to go up. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Because we need a 2-tile wall, essentially. This is a 2-tile wall. Because basically we're going to bump this spot here. It goes up. Okay, let's redo this. But basically that's the kind of shape that we want to make. Okay. Yeah, if we had the precision to make one-tile passages, we would, but I don't, so... So essentially, we're going to make a single tile here. And then we up throw towards it. And then we kind of up throw again. And there it gets tricky. Let's see. Yeah, we should eliminate some of this stuff, but if it goes to the right, then we potentially have a bit of a problem because we'll have P-switch timing issues. But we want to send out up here right away if we can. Then let's just get rid of all of this stuff. If you look at all the coins in the middle here, then we're probably missing something about this method, but we'll try it. Oh, nope. That almost worked, except it actually did get enough height, it's just that it bounced all the way back down. That was interesting. I was trying to up throw a second time so we could just juggle it up until it works, but maybe we need to drop it in a different location. Like if we drop it here so there's a wall. No, that's okay. It's going to hit this location. It's going to skip all this stuff if we bounce it like that. Okay, let's try this. We need to up throw until it works, essentially. Yeah, excuses, excuses. But this is a radically different solution than what we were trying earlier, so it's going to take a little bit of experimentation to sort out. Yes, that's fine. And then we need to make sure it doesn't bounce out of the way, so let's do this. So it gets up quite high. The issue is actually this top corner here. Let's see if we can... Oops. I didn't want to take that one out. Yeah, we'll see what happens. And let's make a little more room. I think I took away too many coins this time. It's not going to bounce very nicely, but... Okay. Oh, that's gonna work. Except... Yeah, that's fine, and it just rolls over. Except we needed to leave the spring in that location. I was thinking, oh, I'm holding this. It's clearly supposed to go somewhere. That's where it's supposed to go. Yeah, no, we have it. We have it. That's the way to do it. We just needed to open up that top corner. And we needed to leave the spring in place. Because that's something that I realized I hadn't accounted for once I actually saw it in action. Okay, so once again, we do this, but we open up the top corner. Previously, I was thinking that if we don't open up the top corner, then it just rolls off of this top coin and just rolls down. I feel like there are going to be issues if it falls down and it's going to come down to an opening. off the wall. Maybe we still need a top corner and we just need to, again, just up throw more accurately until it works. I'm going to try it once again with just the corner as is there instead of eliminating it. Okay, now we'll go down to here. Yeah, if it turns out that we do need to take out the top right corner, then we need to think about whether falling down onto the spring is going to work out. So we'll try both ways if the first way doesn't function the way we want. Okay. Oh, no, too early. Well, I mean, this is the last room in the entire series for a reason. So we'll try both ways. Oh, I accidentally took off the top corner, so I guess we're doing it this way, whether I like it or not. We'll just drop the spring down below. We'll try not to eliminate too much here. Let's nudge against this position. And hopefully it doesn't come out the left side when it falls back down and needs to bounce back up. Because we don't know yet how that will go. Eliminate some room here. Just give ourselves a bit of room. Jump around. Okay, good. Oh, come on. Okay, yeah, no, the problem with the spring in that position is we need to go left with it and we need to run across. We can't just bounce because it actually bounces me too high. And yeah, Ishibim, you're going to try to you're trying to fix your own circadian rhythm. Good idea. Wish I could do the same. But we don't. And that's why we're here. Okay, yeah, without the top corner, it comes out quite cleanly to where we want it to go. We actually just need to jump up here manually and then drop the spring and then run across, I think, instead of bouncing on top immediately. Let's try this. We probably won't be able to follow this up with another puzzle today. I was hoping to, but this actually took up plenty of time. So we're going to hit the P-switch, do the up throws as before. We'll try to catch it accurately. And then let's see how it goes. Nope. Down. 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 The execution is so incredibly fuzzy. Yeah, we just needed it to go down. It's not that hard. Okay. Okay, no, we drop it in place, we jump up to the left, we run to the right. It's probably going to bounce the mushroom too high anyway when we do drop it there. I feel like we need to retain this corner in place. We've been on this room for probably about an hour. But it took a while to chase down a solution that might function. No, 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 again, too high. Yeah, we need to bounce to the left, go to the right, hit the on-off switch right away. One press was actually enough. to send it through. Yep. Yeah, so who knows if the mushroom will actually go to the right place. It might not. Yeah, that's the thing about this puzzle, is that the number of different things you can try is so incredibly flexible. A single room would have been a very robust puzzle by itself, but the fact that it comes as a capstone to this entire series of concepts, I think, is something that appropriately makes it feel like a final boss. Go left, and then fall in. It doesn't let me. Okay. Nope, too late. It just took too long to do it. We need to get up there right away, and... yeah, with a one-tile slot like that. You know what? We're going to try it without the top corner. I'm going to try it. Because it's way too fussy, otherwise. But the thing is, we don't know if this will get me the right bounce, because it certainly didn't the last time I tried it this way. Okay, it actually did it this time. Alright, we're actually going to do it, and we'll even have an extra spring with us for cheesy purposes. You know, if you do that room first, you can take a spring with you, and you could potentially probably cheese other things in other rooms. No, you can't, because you pick up the P-balloon right away each time, and so the P-balloon would force an object drop. But I actually wonder if the fact that you can smuggle the spring out of that room has the potential to break anything. Maybe it gives you a little bonus at the end if you do sneak away with it. It does not. It just lands you on the axe. You know what? We'll take it. That was very hard-earned. So yeah, once again, I am glad I left levels 5 and 6 to their own separate stream, because I had no idea how much longer they would take than the previous ones. And you see, even the record on this one currently is 50 minutes. And we maxed out the timer on this one pretty much entirely because of that last room. It just took me a while to figure out what we wanted the approach to be in a way that would be reasonable to execute. So... yeah, ordinarily at this stage I'd be tempted to dial in another puzzle just as a bit of a chaser to create a bit of variety here, but I think that's probably what we'll get through today. Yeah, coin stash 6 over here, as you can see, about a 1% clear rate, which we probably raised, to be honest. And we were 7th clear on this one. And it is 7 unique clears. Nobody tried to play this a second time for a speedrun. As you can see, the clear check for this one went all the way up to 7 minutes. And so it must have been quite some effort as well. Especially if you think about how this is with the repeatable checkpoint. that the clear check for this one probably took some work. But that's what it is. And that is it for... do we actually see the comments? Marco Polo's Coin Stash series. One of the really strong puzzle concepts that was seen in recent memory, I think, just in terms of how much mileage managed to get out of this. Like I was saying, it kind of feels like a puzzle game within a game in a very complete way, with a set of essentially 54 screens to work with a lot of concepts that you kind of take with you as you go. And everything was quite approachable. I mean, obviously, you know, we had maybe 2 or 3 instances where the execution could be a little bit finicky, even once you do find the solution that you're going for, where I think it was mostly just with bouncy objects, actually, just with note blocks and springs and the like, that sometimes you need to make sure that things don't deflect off walls when you don't want them to, and so it can be a lot of adjustments one block at a time until you find them out. But for the most part, I think the solutions were pretty cleanly visible and had a lot of flexibility to how you could set up the coins themselves to make things happen. So the strictness was mostly just when it came to bouncing things around independently. Anyway, I'm very happy with this one. And I think we will call it a stream. And yeah, at this point, we're kind of barreling towards the launch of the Switch 2, and that'll be in just a few days' time. We'll probably fit in at least one more Maker stream between now and then. But we will see how that goes. Thank you so much for watching and following along, whether it was on the live stream or on delay on the VOD. And we'll see if we can send you folks off to somewhere else very, very shortly, depending on what else is happening. Thanks for watching. As always, enjoy everything that you may be playing or making or watching in the final days of the Switch 1, which is of course not final for all of us, depending on when we're making the transition, be it now or much, much later. But in any case, as always, fare thee well.